Nice. Chapter 3.
Everything's fine.
Všetko je v poriadku.
The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
Text volume. Voice over volume. I finished jarring a mess of jam last night. So this need to get delivered into the town today. Okay. So what did you and Rolo get up to yesterday? Oh, I have things to do. So I just sort of walked around town. I set the jam down by the front door. There's 2 batches to drop off. One for Mr. Tolliver and the bag and wake. Deliver jam to Mr. Tolliver. Okay. Another for Mrs. Fratelli at the dinner. Oh, and Mr. Nancrete. He said he wanted some more. So I suspected as much. Yes, he seems to have taken a particular interest in my jam. There are some extras in the basket for the enthusiastic gentleman. Just make sure Fratelli and Tolliver get the ones on top. No problem. Off with you now, while the day is still young. Dobre. Nie je tam ten jam. Už volá Kunda. Čo, počkej, ty si zaspal? Však si spal večer, nebo ne? Ja som spal iba 4 hodiny, takže som si išiel proste zdriemnúť. A potom som šiel na káve s kamarátom a teraz pokračujem v Pines, Beacon Pines. Hello, it's Juniper Hartford. Before you hang up, just hear me out. I have a business proposition. The simple matter is we both have the same problem that needs solving. Very well, we can meet tonight. Když to mám fyzicky niesť. Okay, sorry about yesterday, Roxy can be so annoying. But good news, no more boring chores for me today. Did you make it to the old Valentine warehouse? So what did you find? Give me the dirt. Something happened, there was someone else there. What? Who was it? Was it aliens? I knew it was aliens. Alien. No. Zombies. No. Alien zombies. What else could it possibly be? Rollo? I have gotta deliver these into town first. We can catch up after. Oh, it's a whole thing. It sounded like a whole thing. Yeah, we shouldn't talk about it here. Meet me at the tree house tonight. I'm not sure what this tree house is that you speak of. Meet me at the mission control. Roger that, Space Cadet. Ja aj to, čo jo? Vieš, ako ja som ešte mladý, unavený, ja ešte mám... že potrebujem veľa spať, aby som rastol, to nejak vy starí ľudia, čo? 37 ročný. 38 skoro. Komu to mám dať? Tu nie. Ale ja neviem, kde sú tí kokoti. Kto je Tulia Tentonons? Ty si kto?
Eris Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and heir to the Valentine fortune, had a way of making questions seem like demands.
Was it a problem?
Mr. Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
I couldn't help but notice that the front page of this morning paper was consumed with stories about this silly festival. Well, yes, that is the news of the day, but there was no mention of the museum, or the foundation through which it was endowed. I'm sorry, Miss Valentine. My readers are more so interested in this town's future rather than any one family in particular. There was a time, Mr. Wilder, when the goings of my family was the only thing this town cared about. Well, this change, ma'am, and you know, change is dangerous. You finish the thought, will make That monocle a permanent fixture of your anatomy. My apologies. Good day, Miss Valentine. Did I give you the impression this conversation was finished?
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
Well, good day, Mr. Wilder. Piča jedna. To sú tie čokle vyjebané. Videla mačka, tak je lepšie. Mačky sú najlepšie. Aj čokle. Tebo nemôžem, keď sa dáme z hore. Jo, sap, neviem, nikto z vás nechcel? Nie? Kurva, komu to mám odniesť? Kto chcel? Je tu nikto, kto to chcel?
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining
Je to on.
apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
Hello?
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no bother, no bother.
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I see you have something for me. Yeah, Gran had some gem I'm supposed to give you.
He leaned in a bit further.
Gem? Yeah? This one's on top. She wrote your name on
Mr.
them.
Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear.
Oh yes, the gem. Thank you so much for delivering this gem to me.
Forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
Huh? Tak si dám jeden kúsok. Tak si dám malý kúsok. Nejaký. 1, 2. Max. Ne, ja nie, iba kúsok. Reach forward and snap up the jar of jam, giving Luca a little wink. Shall put it on my store shelves, post haste. Okay, I should finish my deliveries. Of course, of course.
He leaned in for a final whisper.
Of course. Kámo, absolútne to nie je podozrivé. How do you keep the ice cream cold? We keep them on ice. Where do you get the ice from? I don't know, somewhere cold. How do they keep somewhere cold? Look, Bert. Do you want some ice cream or not? No, I'm good. Môžem ísť dovnútra? Môžem ísť dovnútra?
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here in Beacon Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck. A scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Sharper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Remembrance Fund.
Okay. That was unhelpful. Však keď si to zaplatili, tak bude by to bolo helpful, ty. Pepek. Je to? Last chance dinner, tu takže by to mal ísť? Toto je ona, nie? Well, if it is my favorite little gem runner. Famous Fratelli, yes. Dobre som. Look at
She leaned
you.
forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
You are all skin and bones. Is your girl not feeding you? She is, it's just... I understand. You know I told your mama how to cook back in the day. You may not even remember, but you and her used to help out in the dinner. Diner. Sorry, nie dinner. See the picture over there? That's you helping your mama back in the day. So cute, running around in your little apron, taking orders. The third law situation just breaks my heart. What happened with Eleanor? No, máme nové toto. I got a feeling she's out there somewhere, yearning to be with you again. Few things in this world can keep a mother from her
Luca
son.
shifted the basket uncomfortably.
Oh yes, let's see
Mr.
here.
Kelly lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
Oh, they even have my name on them. How
She
thoughtful.
carefully lifted out her jars of jam.
You tell your gran hello from me, Luca. Will do. Tam boli nejaké špeciálne jammy.
Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner. Memories of that day came flooding back.
Uvidím ich? Ah, nice. I'm ready to help mama. Alright, little Bucaro. Bakaru? It's up to us to feed these foes while Mrs. Prattle is away. I gotta deal with the inventory before I can start cooking. Do you think you can handle taking some orders in the meantime? Yes, mama. Roxy, yeah? Here, Roxy. Luca, I'm helping. Hopefully, your work ethic will rub off on Rollo. What can I get you? I'm not really feeling like a burger. How about chicken sandwich with bacon on top? Coming right up. Oh, ja tu máme robiť. The chicken with bacon on top. Here you go. I call it the love me tenders. Nice. Aren't you a little young to be waiting tables? I'm just helping out. My father had me hustling when I was your age as well. Father always says, children are to be sales, pulling a family ever forward. That doesn't sound very fun. There's plenty of time for fun. For instance, father and I always make time to have lunch together once a
Luca
month.
glanced at the empty seat across from Gus.
Should I come back? Oh no, it turns out, but father was too busy to have lunch today. I'll just go ahead and eat alone. Oh. The silver lining is without him around, I can have my usual. A nice stack of cold cuts topped with a pile of sloppy chili. Check cold cuts. Je toto? A chili? Je to správne? Here you are. Cold cuts with steaming hot chili on top. I call it the hot and cold. That's perfect, thank you. Dobre som mal. Gadzooks, there shrunk the sweet stuff.
Jeff slapped the table and gave Luca a toothy grin.
How's your pops doing? He's been pretty busy these days. I know the feeling. Tell him that fishing rod he ordered should be ready next week, will ya? Sure thing. I've been in the mood for something sweet. You got a burger that can satisfy a sweet tooth? A sweet burger? Yeah, on top of it with some grilled cactus. Grilled cactus? The heart wants what it wants. Takže chápem, aj ja robím také divné veci. Počkej, čo? Ja som to už mal, more. Ja to musím ísť dookola, aha, okej. Is your order? I call it the sweet and stabby. Now that's a burger with bite. Looks like we are missing a few things. Why don't you run out and grab some more ingredients? Okay, we'll be back. Jo, lebo akože... ja chápem, akože nemám proste kartičky na to, aby som to urobil. Nemám tie čarmy. Čiže preto sa musím vrátiť neskôr, okej. Chápem. Dobre, teraz môžem tomu žebrakovi starému hento dať zvyšok. Got some gem for you, Mr. Nancrit. Luca, you seem cheaper. Well, aside from being on delivery duty, it's nice.
Mr.
It's a nice day.
eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
I suppose it is. So do you want your gem? All right. Usually Jennifer drops those of herself. I guess she's busy today. Anyway, this is my last delivery for today. So in that
And
case,
snatched the basket from Luca.
I'll hold on to the basket until the next time I see you again. Okay. Hey you. Anchovies or pineapple? What? Don't think. Just answer. Pineapple. Why? Basically, it's pineapple. Pineapple. How old are you? 12. Perfect. Follow me. Who are you? Anyone ever tell you ask too many questions? Just try to keep up, okay? Ideme za bed. What just happened? Well. No chodź za bedką. Hey, what a crazy coincidence. He's my new friend I was just telling you about. Oh, that's wonderful. Yep, he just hit it off. Oh, really? Get this his favorite pizza topping in the whole world is pineapple. And what is your new little friend's
Beck
name?
locked eyes with Luca.
Yeah, Beck, nie Bev, sorry.
The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Luca Van Horn, nice to meet you. I'm Nelly and this is Ilona. Kamo, nie sú to lesby, čo majú dceru, že nie? We are back spirit. Ok. To som nečakal. Ani trochu. Teda čakal som to predtým, keď som ich videl spolu. Takže je mi to celkom akože jedno, ale som prekvapený. Ešte stále neprišlo nič? Ešte neprišlo e-mail? Kontrola stránky. Musím kontrolovať, tento. We're Beck's parents.
Beck gave Luca a quick nudge.
Oh yeah, Beck told me all about you. Already feels like we have known each other for years. So you both can stop obsessing about me making friends. Oh darling, we never doubt you. You just did 4 children with fewer than 5 close friends. The probability of stunted development doubles. Well, 1 down, 4 to go, I guess. What really means is that we just want this move to be as easy on you as possible. You can relax. A friend has been friended. This calls for a celebration. The celebration. Look, you must join us for dinner tonight. Dinner? Oh, another coincidence. Actually, already asked him and he said he would love to. It's just wonderful. In that case, we should pick up some groceries. You two don't get it into too much trouble now. Akože ja chcem takto, keby za mnou prišla proste žena, alebo teda dievča, whatever, jak sa im hovorí v mojom veku, a proste ma chytila, že kámo, teraz môj kamarát. Pôjdem som mu na večer, že kámo, dobre. Well, I can't believe that worked. Thanks a ton. You're welcome. I owe you one. My moms are great and all. My moms are great and all, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Our house is a little cottage next to the big mansion place. Where you live on the Valentine estate. Yeah, that's the spot. Meet me by their big creepy gate. Don't be late. Or I'm back to square one on this whole friend gift. Great, see you there. Meet back at the big creepy gate. Okay. Fine. Počkej. Či to, že back... To znamená, či tu... Je to, čo mám teraz, ten otáznik. Ale že sa mi nikde nepridalo nič, okej. Že sa mi nikde nič nepridalo, to, čo som pozbieral. Good morning, Geoff? Geoff? What's so good about it? And a day further down the tubes, if you ask me. Come on now, it's not all bad. The festival is coming up. Festival. Old man Valentine used to put on cocaine shindigs all the time. Kokos to jak mám vedieť, čo znamená? And where did that get us? Well, it's perennial harvest, putting on this one. And they are doing it for the whole town. As far as I see it, the difference between the old Valentine company and this new perennial harvest outfit.
Dug through his pockets for a bit.
The difference between this empty soup can and this brown banana. But those are both garbage. Exactly. Oh, shit. Tu musí stať auto. To je ten mansion. So, who all lives in this house? Harris and Gus Valentine grew up there. And Shalamon moved in a few years back. The creepy little kid in the west. That sounds like the one. So just 3 people living in that huge thing. I bet a bunch of shady stuff happens all the time in a place like that. No, really, the Valentines pretty much keep to themselves. So it's empty and boring. Pretty much. What a waste. My mom says that it used to be way busier back before Sharper died. Before the fall harvest. But it's like the 5th time someone mentioned this fall harvest thing. And you all use that same ominous tone. Eventually you are going to explain to me how that harvest got all fouled up. But we can't keep my parents waiting anymore. This way. Čo je tu more? Lumičo si hneď agresívna, ha? Most kids would have just ditched me by this point. Why are you still here? You look like you could use some help. Asi, že si žena, ne? Takže na neho si, čo už má 12 rokov, hormóny už pôjdu za chvíľku. Bude to robiť divošinu. You look like you could some help. You know what, Luca? You are not so bad. We'll get through this as simply as possible. Dúfam, že nebude nejaká romance. Just eat, smile and nod. Fun. Great, whatever you do, don't bring up their work. I think I can handle that.
Long breath, then gave a firm nod.
Here goes nothing.
Chapter 4.
Mm.
Dinner with the Moodwills. Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love, couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. They
Okay.
went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
Čiže na adoptovanie. So Luca, tell us a bit about yourself. Where do you live? I live with my grandma over on the other side of the river. Your grandma, where are your parents at? Beck, manners. It's alright. My dad passed away in an accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back. Oh dear. My mom's been missing for a few months now. Like missing.
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Luca, how did you like the pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally we would have put more effort into
Ilona
dinner.
nervously gestured toward the boxes.
We are fully settled in and Beck had mentioned that it's your favorite. I'm sorry, are we just skipping the part where he said his mom was missing? Beck. That's what look at. His move has us all a little tired.
Wiped his face with his sleeve.
No, it's fine. So Beck said that you moved here for work.
Gave Luca a swift kick under the table.
Zabawiła to pracy. Oh. I mean, what brought you to Beacon Pines? You were right the first time. We are here for work. Nelly won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist. Oh, shit! Nehovor, že ona bude tiež za tou odpadkovou skladkou, hazard, proste pičovinou. I don't know about brilliant, but I do love it. She's brilliant. Perennial Harris just made her their newest lead researcher of deep engineering. Čiže ona bude jedna z nich. She makes it sound more impressive than it is. I'm just happy that I get to make a difference in the world. Alebo teda možno tam je omylom, že proste ju najali, ale proste nevie o tom, že to je zle. Perennial Harvest is at the forefront of evolving agriculture into something more useful than sprinkling water and excrement on the ground.
Glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
What Nelly means, Luca, is that there are different ways to grow plants. Yeah, some people talk to their plans and hope for the best. And some people happily leave their job to allow a loved one to pursue their dreams. Oh, sa budú hádať, nie. You swore you
Beck
didn't.
slammed her fist into the table, perhaps harder than she intended.
Hey, Luca, how about some dessert? Actually, I have to meet my friend Rolo
Luca
soon.
glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like there's a storm brewing. I should get going. Oh, I didn't think there was any rain in the almanac. Yeah, almanacs aren't that useful around
Luca
here.
wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Thank you all for the pizza. It really was good. See you at the festival back. Wait up. I will walk you home.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people, but Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually. Probably.
Rumble break. Čiže Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
Chcem, aby počal. You sure we can make it home before this storm kicks
Luca
off?
surveyed the roiling clouds.
I would say the odds are good. Maybe you should stay here and I will make a break for it.
At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Care to recalculate those odds? Hurry inside you too before you catch cold. Aha. Takže už budeme s ňou spať? Aha. Kamo, idú na to dobre rýchlo. Luca, Nelly will keep you trying to reach your gun on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold tight. Bude čoromoro. Technicky ale 12 rokov zvieracích už je dosť veľká dospelo. To už je skôr staroba, akože I mean... Sorry, not much to do about here. Most of my stuff is still in the boxes. Mind if I poke around? Be my guest.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
This looks weird. What is it? Gum.
Luca
Gum?
adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking the structural integrity of gum with increasing amounts of chewing. Chew that one for 47
Luca
days.
wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
It's weird, I know.
Looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
Oh, ona je autista. You think it's weird, don't you? A little. But weird can be cool. Kámo, dobre si to povedal. Dobre si to čávo, no som na teba hrdý. Oh wow. Roll and I have radio just like this at the treehouse. Probably not exactly like this one. My mom and I tore the whole thing down to the bolts. We did it with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. She seems pretty awesome. She gets carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. So when she does have time for me, she showers me with high-tech overcompensation.
Luca flicked at one of the toggles.
I bet you can get all sorts of station on this. No doubt here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could pick up back in the city. But around here it's all farm reports and static. Oh shucks.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime. He
Ooh.
flipped open the attached card.
Happy trails from Coach, Walker, and all the Fairview Condors. Boy, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, sorry, was this from your old school? The most recent one, yeah. Some schools gave me going away cards. Some did flowers. When they are really trying to feel good about themselves, they do both. So you move a lot. Yeah, this is the thing with having a brilliant parent. There's always a better job somewhere else. Yeah. These flowers could last longer if you put them in some water. This is the sort of thing I would do if I cared. Well, you care enough to keep them, is all. Look, can I ask you something? Of course. Lucky jump, Dalazzi. Then didn't that hurt? I will be honest, that hurt more than I expected. Well, at least you look cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
Do you ever feel alone? Like even when people are around? Always. Always. Well, Rollo can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I'm serious. Does it ever feel like your family doesn't care what you want? Come on, nerobte mi toto. It didn't used to feel that way. I knew Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, it's like she's looking at a problem.
Took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How do you deal with that? I guess I haven't yet. But one thing my dad told me when I was little, don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. If you try to hold it all in, you are gonna pop. So then what do you do? When do you don't know what to do? That never got to that part. Sometimes I figure out on my own though. That you gotta do something, anything. Here. What are you doing? I don't know, something. You're gonna register our complaints with the storm? Listen here, you miserable universe. Stop jerking me around. I just want things to go back to the way they were. Everyone tells me it's gonna be alright. That things are gonna change.
Let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw. This town. Wow. Let me try. Moving sucks. I hate it. 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 Sorry. Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Why can't we just stay somewhere? Do I not?
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
I just wanna be a normal
Brushed
kid.
off her shirt and straightened up.
There. Do I actually feel a little
As
better?
abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
Thanks, I needed that. Me too. I should head out before the rain starts up again. Sure, we will go out. See you in the Rollo at the festival? Sounds good. Luca, don't let the universe jerk you around.
Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue, the smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes.
Tak ale Rollo stále môže byť tvoj najlepší kamarát, ale ty budeš jebať back. Ty som nebudeš najlepší kamarát, halo. Bráško, ty nevieš prečo dopredu. Keď čo videl Rollo do treehouse. Yo, what's up? Hey Don, checking down the lead? You bet. I heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out when Sharper London died, he left behind a peculiar last will and testament. Peculiar? How? He didn't just give his kids an inheritance, there were conditions. Like what? Documents stipulated that heirs had to take on a child as her ward. A kid our age who just showed up to town one night with a lawyer. Shalamun. Bingo. So he was forced to take care of him. Yup, or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Remember, it's all Sharpers, so some wild oats. That explains the way Harris trades him. Poor Shalamun. How did you find all this out? A good reporter never reveals her source, Luca. Ja, takže Shalamun je hento. Bastard. OK. Sharper tatkal s nejakou inou. A mal z toho bastarda. It is what it is, I guess. Excuse me, what are you doing? Just looking up for the night, sir. Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparation have been completed ahead of schedule. Not exactly, sir. The storm set us back a bit and it's getting late, so we all decide to... You all decided? Yes, sir. I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We are all here at Perennial Harvest, because we believe in creating a better future, yes? Yes, sir. Very much, sir. Do you want to be the one to tell this town that we failed them? No. That we gave up because there was a little rainstorm and we all got sleepy? Of course not, sir. Good. Then it's decided. Yes, sir. We will work till the task's done. See that you do. Our harvest awaits. Oh shit. No, diktátor, ty kokot. Dáme čiliček, klasiky. Klasika, čiliček proste, len tak, že proste pohodička, vyčilujeme sa tu. Pacujeme si rýchlo rybarčenie, či máme niečo nové. A máme, myslel som si, že to bude posledné. Myslím, že to bude posledné. Poď. Poď, rybíčka, poď. O, hodziny. Habloty. Property of Sharper Valentine. Figures. If we head this way, property of Sharper Valentine will be written on everything in this town. So we give it back to him. He may not even want it back. The man's got a contentious relationship with time. We will keep it here in case he ever wants to pick it up. Halo, achievement? Ešte neboli všetky ryby? Rolo, are you still up there? I'm sorry, Rolo isn't accepting visitor at the moment. Come back never.
I had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times. And it always meant one thing.
You're upset? Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason. I didn't abandon you. I'm just a little late. The rain held me up. Liar. You weren't even home. What? The storm got bad and I got worried. So I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house and you weren't there. I didn't made it back yet. I'm not a fool, Luca. It doesn't take all day to deliver some gem. No why? The storm rolled in out of nowhere. I got stuck after dinner at Beck's house.
Stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Yeah. Beck? Dinner? What the heck is a Beck? She's a new kid in town. She's kinda cool. You would like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she would make new friends. New friends? I spent all day waiting for you, and you were off making new friends? It's not like that, Rolo. You know, while I was waiting, I made some upgrades to mission control. It was gonna be a surprise, but you took so long, the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship. What does that even mean?
Became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you are a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course I care, you ass. I knew I would get in trouble waiting so late for you. But I care my word, because that's what the friends do. Wow, the noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say. Your grand doesn't even care. You can stay out as long as you want. And you wouldn't even be in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I choose this? If that's what you think, then maybe you are the bad friend.
His tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pie's right. Storms bring more than water. This one brought out the real Luca. Stop quoting your past nonsense like it means anything. Yeah, well, at least my Pie is still around. Kámo, to bola podpasovka jak kokot. To bola podpásovečka, týko.
Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line.
Kámo, tomu ver to, keď niečo takéto povieš, aj keď z násranosti, proste to je... Fú.
But it was too late.
Luka, Good night, Rolo. Damn it. Kámo, to podpásovka je kokot.
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
Rolo. What a jerk. Call me a bad friend. Oh, I'm Rolo. Look at me and my amazing family. Máme to taký achievement, keď niečo urobím. Počkej, je to taký achievement? To by ma zaujímalo. OK, asi nie. I guess I'm just never supposed to make new friends. Whip. Uplakánek. Luka.
And cooed gently from the hallway.
You slept straight through the face. Look, are you alright? I'm fine. Just don't feel like getting up yet. Okay, we'll leave this oatmeal by the door. I gotta run out to take care of some things. Okay. I'll be back later to check in. Sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
I bet they're all still gonna go to the festival. He's gonna be miserable. Ale ty tam ideš za bedne, na back, aby si úplne vytrtkošil, čo?
Luca dozed off again.
Luka, I see you didn't eat your oatmeal. Wasn't hungry. Well, just in case you get hungry, I will leave a sandwich here too. Thanks. Will come by. What did he say? He wanted to talk to you. What did you say? I told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So your plan is to just sit in your room all day, pretty much. Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. You decide to end your pity party and go outside. I think it would do some good.
Luca
Noted.
still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
Nic chcesz zakupać? There's never anything interesting at the festival anyway. O, počkaj, ja to mám zhodiť podľa mňa, že? Kamo. Yeah, bitches!
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
The complete first
Luca
volume.
carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rollo had received it for his birthday. A special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house.
Čo? Nice. Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his
Wasn't
house.
sure if it was because
Yeah,
Rollo
sorry.
didn't trust himself with it, didn't
Is-
trust his sister around it.
Ja vždycky sa budem, že
or
ona to
just
čítala už.
wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind. But it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since.
Čo? Lebo mne to... But it had stayed... blah, blah, blah.
Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Prežilo... Luca, another little friend came to see you. A girl named Beck Moodville? She said you met yesterday. What did she say? Is she here? She was just dropping by. I told her you weren't taking visitors today. Oh, she seems nice. Yeah. You had a fight with Rollo, didn't you? Can I come in? Maybe later. Alright then. I will leave dinner on the kitchen table in case you want to bite before the
Without
bedtime.
realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse. He
Okay.
looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source. Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit.
Oh.
The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame, see? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them. Not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him. Older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar.
Kámo, to čo je za hento
As
zase?
if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face. And all it got me was this. Luca staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This
Shit.
is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Welp, Dad. If you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames. In a flash of cold light, he was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom? No, dear. It's only
Luca
Gran.
rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his gran came into focus.
How are you feeling? Fine. Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. Like just as well. How about you sit there and listen a bit? Whether Rollo fought? Čo? Fought? Neviem, či sa číta fought. Dúfam, že áno. About doesn't matter.
Gran
But he-
silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Fights between friends happen. What was said doesn't matter. The important thing is that this is not the last thing you ever say to each other. But he said stuff about that. Well, do you think he mean it? No. He was just mad. And did you mean anything of things you said to him? No. Good. One must appreciate friends in their best moments and accept them in their worst. Mám chuť plakať normálne. Now get your little butt out of the bed. The festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you? I guess not. Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with the Rollo, doesn't?
Luca gave a reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologize. But he's the one that... What did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Everything's better with corn dogs. I need to get going now. Got some last minute festival business to take care of. I will come find you at the fountain a little after lunch. Alright. I love you, Luca. Love you too.
Luca took a deep breath.
Okay.
Chapter 6.
Mm.
Through thick and thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
Okay. Roxy. There you are. Luca, Rollo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
A space adventure though you did. A space adventure though you needn't buy it. If you be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't. It's a red Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I don't know. I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squish it. Squish it? Squish it? A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If you be brave, go somewhere quiet.
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and a sort of natural barrier for the impatient.
Okay. Čiže vesmírna adventure je ty kokos vesmírny no proste adventure, kokos to neviem preložiť, neviem čo to znamená, neviem to preložiť. So you needn't buy it. Ja by som typoval, že v knižnici. Lebo kde je ticho, je v knižnici. Library, somewhere quiet, exactly. Hey, Luca.
Eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo on deciphering the first riddle. Oh. The first. Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you? Rollo does go all out, doesn't
Adam
he?
straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
Ahem. On planet Firepool, you may take issue. Then the fifth king dies, we'll need a
Adam
tissue.
stared at Luca eagerly.
Uh-huh. Get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's all. Let me figure it out. Alright, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. And if you decide you want a hint, the offer still stands. Jo, to bude ako v librárke. Aha, okej.
Luca grabbed the modern science of atomic radiation from the shelf.
Good book, you can bring me to me. Okay.
Luca grabbed Natural Photography, Volume 5, from the shelf.
No, to bude niečo s týmto, nie?
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4, from the shelf.
Issue number 4.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf.
Toto je ono. You found
Removed
it?
his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5.
Okay.
Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
A little cipher pen. He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had a special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it. Apparently he traded Geoff for this light bulb. Parted with this entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rolo. Now let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Give away with such a gift.
He continued flipping.
Only found in grab card.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Gift in grab card. Griffin's grab card. He wants me to go Griffin's next stand. Oh, brilliant. I guess we are off then. Good luck on the rest of the scavenge hunt. Things. Kto je kurwa Griffin? Keby si možno niekde pozrieť všetky postavičky, aby som si spomenul, lebo ja nebavil z ich mena. Snack. Takže je to no, dobre. Hey Griffin, did the roll come?
Luca could finish his sentence. Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it? Bought and paid for? Enjoy? I thought there was supposed to be a riddle or
Luca
something.
shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yuck. It's cold. Oh yeah, that's been sitting here for a while. Roll wanted me to be sure give you that one specifically. Well, that
Luca
just...
tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Wow. Oh, come on.
Bits of corn dog to read the slip.
I pick up when you need some pep. I pick up when you need some pep. Near the fountain, up
Luca
the step.
finished off the remainder
Ja,
of
už
the
viem, kde to
corn
je.
dog.
This is getting to be a whole thing. Dobre. Oh, ja som aj kikol. Dobre. Ďalšia achievmentik, za to, že kikuje melon. Kikikikak. Tunak, nie? Či nie? Jep. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. But Rolo owes me one.
He waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings? Your fun task the friendship brings. See that wasn't so hard. Hard. I feel chipped somehow. Cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task a friendship brings. Ja viem. Je to raketa. To čo akože letí bez toho, aby malo krydle, je raketa, alebo teda raketoplán. Či nie to, no? Myslel by som, že by to bolo toto. Máme si čilík. Albo balón. Ale je tu veľa balónov. And moving. Okay. Doslova je tu. Hey. You find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog? Yeah. Well then, I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here you earn
Rollo
this.
sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Yep, myslím si. Flight. Thanks. You didn't have to go all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Ingrid, you were supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. Now you apologize twice before me. Let me do this. Look, I'm really sorry with happening that's happened with your mom and all. I always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know. When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Rollo. Still my turn. I felt like if you needed some new friend to help you, I mean that I wasn't good enough. But it was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. Come on, plakať. I'm so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk
Luca
now.
threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Really, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. Nope. So, what else do you wanna do today? We could snoop around and try to find some info about your mom. Snoop where? You could probably sneak into a perennial harvest HQ while everyone's at the festival. Are you curious about all the stuff those clipboards written down? What if you get caught? I think I had enough excitement for 1 week. Just make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait one more day. You know, I've been waiting to get some work done on the MCDC and mission control. The time is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. Okay. Wow. Ty balóny sú proste divné. I almost forgot. I ran into your grand this morning. She asked me to give you
Rollo
this.
handed Luca an unopened letter.
I will wait for you inside if you wanna read it now. A letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand.
Jo, shh. You robiť ten plán.
If I'm honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you.
Liar.
None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done. I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
Folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
Just chilling. What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later? Sure, whenever you want. You know, you really didn't have to go the trouble just to apologize. I know, but we've been looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth, this was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me.
I
Rollo.
was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seems nice. Was it nice? We can still go. Nah, this is fine. Well, there's always next year.
This was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Oh shit! What was that? Oh man, we missed the fireworks.
Fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself. shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. 2 boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time. The end.
Oh shit!
That can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Okay. Co tu dáme? Polite.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight.
Yeah?
He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr, we would love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. See ya, jerks. Fine, we know where that leads them. This way we will take them tunnels.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
What the fuck? It was actually pretty badass. I think we lost him. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. Then what's up with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is there is no going back to where we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. On the way home. Luca, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
Is it Bozo Care? I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those
Luca
woods.
looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be
With a
rude.
resigned sigh, Luca responded.
It seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now how in tarnation did you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy howdy, one horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents. I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom sure was a
Luca
handful.
winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
Jo, a už nabehlo, super. Dobre. We gotta keep moving. Dobre. Tu ak nikade ďalej nemám ísť? Ok, tak asi späť. What's the readout? Setting just about 258 Kelvin. That's down a bit from last time. Should we report this to Mr. Keller? Mist, still within safe ranges. Maybe spreading, but it's under control for now. Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. There's a few more sides to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. Holy shit.
A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. Two faint seams were visible along the surface.
A manhole cover? If it is, I've never seen one like it. Tak tu by mal byť jeho dom, nie? Keď tu je tá značka. What's all this? Hard to say with all this snow. I think it's town sign. I can almost make out letters under there. What town could this even be? This couldn't be another town this deep into Weepwood. I'm looking at evidence to the country. Let's figure out where we are dealing with here. Step 1, snow's gotta go. I will see what can I do. Oh, okay. No, Beacon Pines.
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
This doesn't make any sense. We are in Beacon Pines. The beacon. How is it possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here? I guess we got turned around. Where did all this snow come from? Well, it's been colder than normal lately. There's a pretty big difference between weather and this Arctic hellscape. The battle we fought it before, it was cold too. Maybe all of it leads to one source. You think it's related? What the hell is going on? We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. Oh wow.
The fencing glistened, each chain link encapsulated with a translucent layer of ice.
Looks like the stuff they put up around the wood. The stuff who put up, I don't know. This stuff look familiar to you? It looks like the barrel near the padlock. Čo mi to je? Well, začal si ty čebrák, čo skúšaš?
Looking
Is
down
it frozen?
the stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim run.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all of this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic hangatomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't even gonna save ourselves. My face is mangled. The town is destroyed, and everyone we have ever known is gone. We don't know that. You can just quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. It's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion and more than a little guilt.
It's getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest for a
The boys
bit.
huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
Okay. The way the snow covered everything over, it's kinda calming. Yeah. I haven't had time to say, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sort of froze up back there. Yeah, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Nah, that's bullocky. First of all, you didn't know what the gang would do. Yeah, I didn't, right? Of course not. And second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper. But I did lose my temper.
He motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. But that's exactly what you should have done. Huh? I was being a horses. You were supposed to be a horses in response. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You want me to fight you? Of course. Jeez, you goody types take forever to understand this very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things, trying to get into fights? It's something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored. Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Rolo are always having a blast together. Laughing and chilling at the dinky little treehouse, mission control.
He now wept openly.
Perfect little Luca Van Horn. With his perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everybody in town likes you. Not everybody. Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet, and she already likes you. Mwah. You have Tish.
With a sleeve.
I love Tish. This is great, but she's not exactly the world's greatest conversationalist. You know?
A warm chuckle.
I get that impression.
He cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
It must be raining out there. Definitely.
Into a wide yawn.
We should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah. Come, vy umrznite. Vy zomrite. Let's leave for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the bottom of all this.
Began to slowly drift shut.
To nemôžeš poslať tak vonku za spanie. Luka? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. I'll give you the photo when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad.
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes.
Že to hovorí, keby kokos to tam bolo, ale že my sme na inej vetve.
Look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. Now, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it.
Oh, shit.
I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong.
True.
I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes.
Okay.
What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise.
Som čakal, že neslúbi to. Pretože vie, že zomre.
With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun.
Oh, hello.
A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Get your hands off
Whether
me.
it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
Just what I think you are doing.
Looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's supposed to mean? What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We are asleep minding our own business. You are the one running around knocking on people's heads. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody. Nemalo by to byť správne po anglicky you did hurt nobody? A nie je dvojaký zápor? Anybody? Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me? Oh, no, opravila, you didn't hurt anybody. No, opravila. Že to nebol chyba pre developerov, ale tam nás chodali, že proste nevie on gramatiku. You think you're better than me, you.
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
You big-headed. Scarfy-necked. Furball. Look, let's over the temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's all just calm down. Who are you? A friend. An observer. A hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibilities. Great, how about name? If you must call me something, you can call me Nut.
He huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a nut and buzz off? Very
Nat
well.
began to turn away indifferently.
Wait. Do you live here? You might say that. So you know where we are? You might also say that. Look, pal, we just wanna find the safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not? Before knowing how to live, one must know where they are. Alright. This does it. Okay, I don't know about you. But I'm getting out of here one way or another.
He turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Mm-hmm. Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Very well, I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back home.
Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
I'll open
For a
them.
brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look at that, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Weepwood, or we teleported to some alternative universe, or this is all just some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. But this is not our home. We are inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. You give it to us straight, so be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines, the original true Beacon Pines. You both grew up here, but the town you called your home for the past several years is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair. But a replica nonetheless. Čiže nie je tam, že toto je ich domov, nie je tam, kde oni žijú teraz. Oh shit, motherfucker. This is possible, it's too much work. You need a whole town to replicate the whole town. Indeed, to push off such a feat, you would require immense labor power. That which would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. We would have noticed. Someone would not have noticed, you would think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. Impassable. Čo to bolo za slovo? I'm rambling attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities which completes the tapestry, well, you can leave that to this miraculous thing we call a brain. It has a real aversion to discontinuity. Ty kokos, čo za slova? It has a real aversion to discontinuity, a revulsion even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane. Look around uncomfortably. So you're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is the one question that can never be answered with certainty? The best one can do is to uncover.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The source? Why would you say the source like that? Why indeed?
He began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they
He
could.
looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation.
Dajte mi moment. His eyes started back to further
With a sudden
contemplation.
pain, a thought struck him.
If this really is home,
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out,
Question? Okay. Ďakujem. Nie. Iggy turned to follow Nat. Čo? Niečo, Iggy? Som omylom hento. Dal enter. It's too late to turn back. Simply head west to Deepwood.
Chapter 6.
Okej. To fakt pustił šťavu, ty kokos strašne. Horúce.
The source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to perennial harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You are here. Last time I thought I was visiting you, but you are being here alone in the snow. Then I'm so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. My favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I
There was
do?
no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Would you, why would you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you
Iggy
jerk?
finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy. Yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
You gotta hide. Moment. $259 Kelvinov. Follow distance, still good. Did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever find about what we did here? We said a whole town of people. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? This is the grave of someone with a family. The people who loved them will never know the truth. The truth is
He bent
overrated.
down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey, don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Yeah, come on. It's almost lunchtime. How weirdo. Here I thought I was a jerk. These Gusses are out of here, literally dancing on
Luca
graves.
stuttered through heaving sobs.
I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some
He gave
advice.
Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey, who is any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow crying like some pushover? Who you are helping? Iggy, look what they did. They lied to everyone. Blah blah blah. Look, Van Horn, you are a lot of things, but you are no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerks comes at you, acting like a horses, I should stand up for myself? Hell yeah! Kerr and his merry little band of clipboards pulled off this switcheroo for a reason, right? Not mention something about the
Luca wiped
source.
his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever the source, must be awfully valuable at perennial harvest. Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate here happened to their precious source, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it. What if it's too big to smash it?
Flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, that I promise. Let's do this. Look at the source. Já sa napiem. It can get awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best way, probably best you to stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rollo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh heavens no, do I seem like a killer to you?
And Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? Oh shucks, now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. Okay. Wait a minute. It is in the original town, that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. So a few years back I came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give kids, the good stuff. So why did you bury it under tree? That's the long part of the story. You and the Rollo were doing chores and roast chicken coop. And you guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you didn't.
He stifled a chuckle.
Yep. I just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, these were some primo fireworks. So you might underestimate things. You blew up the chicken coop. I prefer to think of it as incendiary red decoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the looks on your faces. Earl got grounded for months. Which is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried them under the tree. But when I came back for them, later they were gone. I figured some grown-up found them and tossed them.
He triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. Unbelievable. Hałas majú dôkaz. Do you think this is game? Newsflash boyo? You are not the hero. You're a little brat who is in the way over his head. The hero is just someone who refused to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks they are spaceman, superhero. I was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. You prefer blast of loser? No neviem, Braško.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Achoo! Je to eko. Ja som myslel, že kýcha, že eču. Well, I can see why they wanted to move us all out of the town now. But why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. Oh, the source. This is the source? It's a dang hole? How do we smash a hole? Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Care. A tak on je hyena, takže to dáva zmysel, že taký kohutko. Where's the Rollo? I wasn't lying before, he's safe. Well, safer than you two at least. That's it's called. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is it all of this? Well, that's a dozy question. This is the source where they collect the unrefined
Scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fuck off the medis, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Aren't you in charge? Oh heavens no, my role is merely to flash a whining smile and manage various complications like us. You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you are destined to be a creepy lucky. The point is that we all play our part in life. Mine just has happened to be elite in the role of a lifetime, and you happen to be extras ready to your certain call. We aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile not gonna be so whining after we done with you. Now boys, there's no need for the melodrama. It makes even professionals such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Snapped his fingers.
Scene change. That's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't?
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop. Let's not do something regrettable. Jokes on you, regret is one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw this in your precious hole? Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know. I'm an exceptional liar. That's far enough.
He plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool. Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You all can head back for the night. It's been a long day. I will handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
It just as now, Iggy, you can put it down. What, like this?
Nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Ooh,
With a
wow.
growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child, what have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. What channel do I use? It doesn't make a difference, they're always listening. If you do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way you get out of this is if Kerr's out of the picture. Just let go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't wanna die, but seeing the look on your face almost make it worth it. Mr. Kell, you have had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Kerr gasped with insult.
A long life? I'll have you know I can still play 25. You should have heard me sing the part of Phileas Young.
With a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Dum dum dum, dum dum. Wow, you can believe this guy?
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Care, just let go. No, can do. If you want to save your friend, you will have to save me too. Look at me. It's okay.
He felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't going to kill your friend like that, are
Every
you?
muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. And I'm just no good bully. Like you, Care. Iggy,
Felt
no.
his hand slipping.
And I told you what you need to do with bullies. I can't. It's only It's your only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wakadu's travel in packs.
Calm settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do
Iggy's
this.
voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do this right thing for once. Cedric,
Luca
Iggy's
had no
request.
choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy. The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Lol. Hello, goodbye, Iggy. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Curious. Oh, but of course, those farewells of Iggy must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. Not until you tell me what just happened. Your friend sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while anyway. How? Tempus liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable energy. Its closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A suicide project of this property being by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one created a cryogenic cascade. So the gang makes thing cold and the fire was make the whole froze. Okay. That's one way putting it, yes. Oh, pardon. As Dan Black would have it, the fire was weren't strong enough to generate the runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would have happened in that
We have
case.
some idea what that would look like.
I will take them a good while to safely break through and access the stores again. If you know all of this stuff, why aren't you been helping? I have been my way. Each one of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, it turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my role?
Fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you're going to save the world.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow.
You're on? Okay.
Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm? Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
OK. Môžem tunak. Môžem ešte niekde inde pokračovať. Tu môžem, ten break. Dobre. Môžem to refuznúť, hej?
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger! It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are! You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now! A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end.
To je všetko?
I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Samozrejme, preto som si to nevybral na začiatku.
Luke
Držíme
began
sa.
to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can meet Rollo. You're not going home? No, I promise Rollo I would tell him
Luke
about.
stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promise you would tell him what? Spit it out, Bob. We are fake as thieves now. If there's juicy secret, you gotta tell me. Okay. You can come to the treehouse and I will tell you both what happened. Heck yeah. Okay.
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town.
No.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spike gate, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. This Harris Valentine. Who's that she talking to? Shh. Expect you to return that Sweden working order. Of course, as long as everything proceeds to plan, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is that rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I will deal with our common threat. Now this is what I was talking about.
His voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. Do you understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny anything. I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look on the rope Kerr's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you are so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I learned, isn't that change is painful. It's that change is painful. Well, I was expecting shady, but it's just flat out super villain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing all of this?
The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Family. Oh shit!
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred.
Opa!
Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
Pohodě, ale mokré. Pohodě.
Chapter 5. What big ears you have! Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
Okay. What's wrong? You look like you're seeing a ghost. Why were you so scared of the old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my gran. That was your gran? Yeah. Oh, well, I'm sure there is a perfect reasonable explanation for all of this. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there. I'll lead the way. Okay. Jo, nie, to počkaj, to ideme inakaďal. To musíme ísť... Oh. For the last time, there is nothing to worry about. Of course, we are not worried.
Clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just doing our eyes and crossing our T's. Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there is anything you need knowing, you will know it. Absolutely. If you will just sign here, acknowledging everything is accurate, we will be out of your hair in the flesh. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my eternal soul as well?
Clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Okay. Mr. Uncreate, look, let me give you some advice. The next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give him good hard bob right in the kisser. Oh, Grant tells me to just keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Your Gran is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you would better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering on your own. Sure. Tell me. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here. So what's your buddy Rolo like? No, he's Prolo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry, I just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for this family since the fall harvest. About damn time you tell me what this fall harvest thing is. It's kind of a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They're a kind of big deal. Oh, big deal fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Big companies pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died, and something changed. Changed how? Could I be in a bad batch? Maybe it was in the water or so? Nobody knows. But all the crops died, and everyone blamed the Valentines. The fall harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year the crops came back, but something was different. Your plant and crop do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why. Nope. I take it the Rose farm got the short end of the stick. Yeah, for some reason, their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since perennial harvest came to town. The Big Companies Reborn initiative. Yep, first thing they did was giving the town a deep scrap. They even put us up in the hotels one town over for a week while they decontaminated the groundwater. We better get going. It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name is Beg. You must be Rollo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
His head with pride.
We'll find we are spared no expense in construction. I seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey Luca, you know the security concern we talked about? Yeah. While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days. Oh shit. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Lavish. Oh god. Oh, mooi te doen. Nice. Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Geoff who trades as junk for snacks. Junk for food. Junk food for junk. Nice. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I will give you that. Luca, are we sure we can trust the new recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess. Oh, Luca, you promised to fill me in about the Valentine's warehouse.
Lucas sucked in a long breath.
So, like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters. I don't think so, it seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. And it could have been a woman. How did you get away? I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran. Dang, that's intense. I wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Harris Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was proper clandestine meetup. So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing in the Valentine's warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit, and then you saw your Gran in the same suit looking to Harris Valentine. Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kind of awesome.
Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so we can logically conclude aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town, and their leader is your Gran and she tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there's no aliens. Second, it could have been my Gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. But she's definitely hiding something. Maybe. Your Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know, we haven't talked much since she moved in. Moved in? Your Gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your Gran before? No, really, no? It's been years since I've seen her. Nehovor, že to není ani jej mamka. Nehovor, že to není jej reálna mamka, ty kokot. Nerob. Look at this the wrong way. But are we sure your granny's on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds like strange. Stuff has been happening since she showed up. We could say the same thing about your family. But you're right. Luca, your granny's hiding something. And Paul always says foes only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. If my gran really hates hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed by now? That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at this time this week. I will call you tomorrow when the coast is clear. And we can start getting to the bottom of this. I always game for a good snoop. You can count me in.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What time is it? A, opa. Ale kľud, more! Komu bucháš na dvere, žebrak? Jesus. Otravný kokotko. Yo, what on earth is that? Huh? The ridiculous thing on your head? Oh, this? It helps me think? We're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We will see who is laughing when I crack this case wide open. The coast is clear. Yeah, whenever she's been up to this week. It's been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
If ever again, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha.
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
If it's safe to assume, anything that dust isn't what we are looking for, or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good artists know not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She lit fire in order to burn the evidences. She keeps that fire going every day, Rollo. That it may already been too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost off to ashes. Ash. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Look, is there anywhere Grant doesn't want you to go? Yeah, to closet upstairs. So maybe it stands to reason that you should check the rest first. Oh, that is locked. Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now. I had no idea where the key is. If it is really important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has her berry bushes. Who has ever thought I'm going to take this important thing and hug it in the bush? True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary? Well, she's always worried I will break her fancy dishware in the kitchen, but it doesn't matter anyway, I can't reach the ledge.
Realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Alright, Rollo. This is your time to shine. Oh yes. You called up my expert detective skills. And now I shall proceed
Before
with...
he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back.
Oh, this is my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. Discipline in my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah, I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey, let me just yank on this random teacup
As Beth
and
pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
seems like your gun has been doing some remodeling. There are only two types of people as secret layers: evil masterminds and superheroes. So which one do we think she is? We are about to find out. Okay, so more on an unhinged conspiracist vibe. Oh wow. Yeah, this gonna be good. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions. I mean, what do we have here? Barrels marked caution explosive and gem jars. It's enough gem to feed the whole town. What kind of incendiary gems you're gonna making? Oh, okay. She would have had me walk around town delivering bombs. Right? Only one way to find
Rollo
out.
casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam. He
Huckleberries,
smacked his lips.
a hint of brown sugar, and ink. What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper. Rollo opened a slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It says this to Miss Fratelli, a Grand Gemgram. It says, last night I used to disguise Harris, provide to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Spark Plug is a go. Oh man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can be good. So more a bombshell than a bomb. Am I right? You are new here, so I will let this slide. But I'm the bad Joe guy around here. Maybe another achievement.
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town.
Może poznać achievementy rýchlo. Close the book. Burning ban. Asi nie. Spider of string connecting photos of people.
Interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy. Is there a serial killer? Cause I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town out of the kindness of her heart. She put symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Knuckles has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside the big circle. My moms are both on here. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Harris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kell has bullseye. The killer has chosen her next victim. You don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. Może babička sa tu snaží nakoniec
Luca
zachrániť.
jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
What do you got there? It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? One sec. These documents, such as these, are like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Well, I had no idea we were in the presence of the preeminent scholar in dense documents and cheeseburgers. By all means, proceed.
He stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Oh, here we are. Follow-up examination of Terence Wilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscle and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Wilby. Just a few days passed. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Rollo looked up with heightened surprise.
Sekundu. See, creepy. Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. Who is Joseph? That's Mr. Nankred's name.
Rollo's
Wait.
finger traced across the page.
There's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims that tap water at his home has been contaminated by the environmental. Lab results only raise more questions. It's like they came back to this report later and made those notes. So it might be related to something else.
Through several more pages.
Here the writing was shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease or whatever it is progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terence's condition follows close behind. Exacerbated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own hands.
Staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be more.
Frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Look, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean? Enough is enough? How did he take the matter into his own hands? This bullshit?
The door shut. They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool, this looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rollo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't follow the logic. Look, there is even a pathway down on it. It starts an entrance to town. And we follow
Rollo
it.
Carefully traced the path with his finger.
It's right
He
to
jabbed down at the end point.
Town Square. There's a fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasures. Road doesn't look like a treasure to me. The end of the path of the end of the path of the map has the same symbol as those explosive over there. So it's not hiding the treasure. A real bummer. Rollo, what's the thing you have been excited about the past month? The festival. Oh. Did you just say gulp? This feels like gulp kind of situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival. Not if we stop her. Oh. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was it? No, I heard it too. That was the front door. Which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone's upstairs. Shh, quiet. Eight lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Hello?
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down there?
The kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump,
Yoo-hoo.
thump.
I'm not here to hurt anyone. I'm just here to help. Just...
At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh? Guess it's
Rollo
nothing.
shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Rollo,
It
don't.
was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Climbing chicken coop.
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
So, Mr. Scrapy Man, anyone
From
there?
the dark corner, they saw something move.
I didn't know if I had it in me, but there was only one way to find out. Like every lot, it was awesome. But did you just kill that person? Wait, did you just kill that
Lucas
person?
scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
No, sure. You sure clobbered him good, Rollo. He's knocked out
As
Kľud.
Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Dajte mi tu. Pozrieť s tým. Okay, I guess. Mr. Tolliver.
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
Hard cup interrogation or hard?
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl. Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver?
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr. Tolliver?
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the
chair
world?
wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Oh, who's
Mr.
there?
Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. Oh, hold on, just calm down. Oh, I'm calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're
The
sweating.
doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or we'll just say I never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance. What I don't
Mr.
even.
Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You tie me down. How on earth could I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk. Spill the beans. What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready. So you're in cahoots with Gren.
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, huh? Blow up the festival?
He shook
Good
his
lord.
head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's headed to Source. Source? What's the source?
His
It's where
voice faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began. What is Operation Spark
With
Plug?
that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo, I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? Is where the town began? We need more information. Yeah, but we would be better not push Mr. Oliver any further. Is there anyone else who might know more? What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival. Nah, the tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library? If there's any information about the source thing, Kado can help us find it. Let's go get some answers. Here's a dang nice library. Thanks, we work hard on it. Aren't you a little too adorable to be a librarian? Adorable? Kado hang out here so much. Eventually they gave him a set of keys. Just keep an eye on the place for Mrs. Novak sometimes. They got you working for free. It's quiet and get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for you all? You need a favor. Alright. I already told you and Rollo. I can put you any higher on the wait list for the next Hung Atomic. And if you are here with more candy, I will have you know I can be bought. Could the personal code of conscience. Actually, we are looking to do some research. Now you are speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing we sorta don't know. What they got on the history of the town? There's the country recorder archives. What's in those? Birds, dates, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring stuff. Reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we will start there.
Chapter 8.
Ooh.
6 feet under, 3 towns over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
We have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of these asinine dev records. Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life. Till he read so much boring crude that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be boring county records that kill you. I will put you in the obituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record. Really? That's the best you got? When I'm done with you, it will be footnote in history. Just like...
Slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
J. Hartford here? I would love to see a try. Hey. We are all little tired here. Let's just take a minute then.
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what was the name back? In the Hobbit? J. Hartford. From the Brookville Tribune 8 years ago? That can't be right. What is it? J. Hartford. That's my grand's name, Juniper Hartford. Maybe there's here 2 J. Hartfords? Mrs. Hartford is survived by her young daughter, A. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Oh, this is getting creepy. If you're getting 6 feet under 3 towns over, then who am I living with?
Question hung in the air.
Alright, gang, I got a close-up for the night.
Rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap, Pi is gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about your unconscious man in your basement? I will think of something.
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
Okay. Well, Asiano.
Mr.
Oh no.
Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Rip. Maybe he woke up, escaped from his meetings and left without trace.
Maybe Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid the urgent delivery will be
He flipped
delayed.
the lid to read the label.
This Mr. Nankid, hey? Oh, now I can think. If the girl knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver, I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. I guess the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing is wrong. Then we'll think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. Okay. A napríklad zavretý kokos hento? Ne? Dobre. Gran. Oh, stick to the plan. Go to bed, play it cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
Come on, legs. There's a few more steps.
Luca groaned and tried to move.
Oh, to ten gem.
His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The germ. Sweet boy, what did you get yourself into? Rest now and let me handle everything.
Chapter 9.
Oh,
A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed? Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
a festival. Okay. Running. Where have you been? Gran put something in the gem. Well, we know secret message for secret conspirators. No, this one, the one intended for Mr. Nancreed. Put me to sleep. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slay devil. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? We look around, I haven't seen anything caught. Eugen is nowhere to be found. But Mr. Nankid is just loafing around, waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gaz has got up to the podium. Everyone is gathering at the stage. Let's get moving.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Is this thing... Hello, big companions. I'm Augustus Valentine, your major. And I suppose you already know that. Oh yes, before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought we could begin with a round of applause, befitting such a great man. Even that's more than the old cook deserved.
Cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right, where was I?
Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine,
He gave
everyone.
Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout. Oh heck, I didn't prepare anything, but I suppose I could say a few words. Would be a shame to waste such a beautiful podium.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to a better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I'm thankful for it. Dajum. Change is the reason we are all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would change my life
Mr. Kerr
forever.
took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
From the second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see what the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to the things that made them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment, change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is a community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the fall harvest was an unshakable conviction that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are the horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each
His
other.
voice began to build to a crescendo.
We now walk hand in hand into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is choice. I'm tickle pink that we will able to make all be making the choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. What was
Kerr
that?
began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, the thunder isn't going to rain this day. Everyone remain calm.
Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Throughout all my travels, I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We all plan a lot of good in this town. And so it is with a happy heart that I can proclaim.
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
Our harvest awaits.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold
Zase.
air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end. There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything! Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again!
Oh shit, chill, girl. What the fuck?
I don't mean that.
Moment. Jaj.
We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
Okej, to jest slime. Czy może chyba tunak, hej? Zamiast chill. Kopa.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
I will handle this, just gotta play it cool.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
So yeah, sure got my bell
He
rang.
looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This was all a big mistake. Look at what's going on here. Why do you have me strapped down? No one's fault really, or just got a little startled. Rose here.
Lolo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, alright, a mistake can happen. You kids gave all Hiram a good scare. Let's just get me out of these robes and call it
Luca
even.
glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my grand up to? If you will just cut me loose, I can show you. How do I know we can
Mr.
trust you?
Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, have I ever done wrong by you? No. And since your grand moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah. So why would I turn my back on your family now? It just... all this stuff seems pretty weird. Or a board with names of people from town, an archive of my dad's old disturbing patient
He
notes,
gestured to the corner.
barrels of explosives. I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an explanation.
Again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
This is a good lad. This all makes sense in
He
time.
edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
You see, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark past indeed.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
Past that must be
He
brought to.
punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
Right. Son
Beck
of a-
darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just looked us down
Mr.
here.
Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. The kids just keep tied down there and let the adults handle
They
this.
looked bewildered at each other.
Adults. They looked bewildered at each other. Play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end.
Okay.
Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
There's a sly
They'd run
cop.
the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation.
Sly.
Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
What? What's going on here? You are the middle wheel girl. Please call me back. Sorry about all
Mr.
this.
Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Did you person you here?
Caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Spark Plug has us all on the edge. I guess she told you needed some backup, but she said a child. What better way to avoid prying guys? Who would suspect a kid? I suppose it makes
Mr.
sense.
Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. Clear. But you understood. And then we never know who to trust in this
Mr.
town.
Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So it turns out we are both here
Beck
too.
twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
Destroy the
Shook
evidence.
her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal is nothing if
Mr.
not
Tolliver
thorough.
let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her though. If anyone were to find out that we are going to destroy the source, we both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I finish cleaning these things out up
Beck was on a roll
down
now,
here. Kokos,
playing
neviem
Mr.
čítať.
Tolliver like a fiddle.
You're sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest for me. Rest to me. Good, there is one more loose and I will go work on. Loosened. Oh, it's nothing really. The other day I hit the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. And wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an old phrase in a perennial harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and know where to put it. It's gonna mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
You guys catch that? Kámo, dobré. Sure did. This whole time his deliverers had a candy shelf, but all he ever sells us is apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rollo. Yeah, sure, well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Oliver about the candy shelf. Fine, in the meantime, we got an
She
idea.
turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said, he heard the pass on the radio. Any good spy transmission is never what it
Beck
seems.
marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
We just need to find the higher meaning. What another word for underground? Buried, covered. Could be cover up? Maybe it's one of those each letter is a number of things. So you would be 21 and would be 14. D would be... Oh, it's an anagram. Nangrid's drugstore.
Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Because dobre rýchlo to povedal, to piči to žalu. Rollo was that incredible. That was incredible. Well, it's either that or Kred's new drugstore. Kred's new drugstore, to je dobré. Well, yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where to go next. Ah. Give me... Gina. You scared me half to death. Sorry. You haven't seen me live around you, have you? Nope. You got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I said the man would be late to his own funeral. Počkej, kde som mali? Jo, už viem, drugstore. Drugstore. Augustus. Sorry, sister. Was caught up with work. Work? You? I had a few more details to lock down for the festival. Now, what do you have to report? What is this insipid town festival really about? I think Mr. Kerr really does what to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him. I didn't post strings installing you as mayor so that you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Kokus tak možno nebude ešte taká piče. Was. Excuse me. This was our father's town. It's gone years and he isn't coming back. Father's left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted the help. We didn't agree to them turning father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. It's just a temporary arrangement. The glow can be seen from our damn backyard. They are dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this all inevitably goes wrong, what do you think will be blamed?
Cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change, whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be a part of the future or be forgotten in the past? It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will always just be a Gus. Good night, Harris. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow. Augustus is dobré meno. It's getting late, children. Ale to se stále číta. Knowledge is part of the sneer. Does exist a gulf between knowing something and being able to do the damn thing about it? I do hate it when the villains make a good point. Jak Hitler. Čo?
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Shalamun. We are looking for Mr. Nankrid. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. Then where would you get the candy from? You might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasure in life. Though we might not always have family to rely on. Licorice. Dúfam, že to čo spraviť, to je strašné slovo. Licorice has never let me down. Well, I can say licorice would be my first choice, but whatever floats your boat. You can tell a lot about the person, but their choice of confection. Confection? Oh yeah, I guess. I like gops. I certainly do. I always wonder why Mr. Nankrit kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some it's easy as called hard cash. Wait. Well, his right is locked. There could be more clues. Okay, let's see. Have you ever seen anyone actually using this thing? Is it Mr. Nankrid? No.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
It's not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad. Why would there a blinky keypad? Cred's new drugstore. I mean, underground secrets. The The password.
Beck flung open the door, and they all squeezed in.
Alright, let's see here.
Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Underground secrets. The letter did something. Great, now what? I guess we...
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it. You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth? Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely told it. Look, I do remember when I said how cool it would be if the trans-dimension conduits from Hank Atomic issue 12 were real. Rollo, at one point or another, you would say that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. It looks like each of these has something written on them. Oh, okay, możemy dać. Mining Operations Alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer, and a series of tubes. Pa always says you can only trust a miner up to the point when they hit gold. Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation. This is the thing about Pa, you don't always realize what he means until it's too late. Perennial Harvest main office. Oh, that's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff. Is she involving in all of this? We just moved there. How could she be involved? True. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. Is it where you almost got snitched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine place? This is starting to feel like something big. This dude has a broken mask. Oh, touch the balloon. So if we found our mystery warehouse creeper, we have at least found their hazmat suit. If it looks like an uncrit and talks like an uncrit, let's jump to conclusions. Just saying. There's a lot of buttons. Send aside Earthlings. I read enough Hank Atomic to know my way around Stiffy
Will's
Tech.
hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, meeny, meeny. Rabo, what did you do? Nothing. I didn't even mow it. What was that? Hide? Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here. Just get big. Shit. 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 Awesome. You all need to come with me now. We aren't going anywhere with you. Now until we get some answers. Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password, but they love anything that makes them feel clever. They who? That's not matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. We don't care about our skins. Although now I like my skin. It's also snow non-crit.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
Who? Walt. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know your father and I were friends back in my
Gestured
heart.
toward the strange tubes.
All of this? That's a lie. It's true, I used to bounce you on my knee. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team, Wald and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folks. So you were his sidekick? No, we were partners. He helped the patients and I helped him. Yep, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Look, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day Sharper Valentine comes to us, says he's got an opportunity, he would found something he didn't quite understand. And he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believe in helping people. But the thing I could never get him to understand was, it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick into villain plot line. Ward loved being righteous, almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he will make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he's still got me saying yes. Is there a point to this sob story? Not really, no. There's an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
I try to keep you safe. I try to keep you and Jimmy proud of this. But you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What? You really don't know? Megan isn't out of this? She's been shimming right under your nose? Juniper. Seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party. She's going to disrupt the festival. Why would she?
The color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground layer we just busted into today. And honestly, it is way cooler. She just got an maps and explosive and bad intention big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's going to do right now. She doesn't understand what it is she's messing with. Tell me now she's in danger, boy. I don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in town square. The fountain, but why would...
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She knows about the source. What the heck is the source? If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze and... Dear God, she's going to freeze us all. You all need to run. Run where? Away. As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. That did not go how I expected. So we're totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. You good? Yep. I love this town.
Chapter 8. The Cold, Hard Truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Okay. Oh. There's an Eboli. That was intense. Yeah. I think I might have parted with some fluids in there. Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got on any of us. I didn't feel like it traveled that far. So where did it all go? This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow something up out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. We're gonna catch up to Nuncreed. I think we went this way. This looks familiar, yeah. Maybe we can clear off this now. Fajniejszy może... Oh, this is starting to feel really familiar. I maybe not the most well versed on all things Beacon Pines, but it does look like some sort of frozen peak of town. Oh, I got it. It's so obvious now. Mr. Nankis and I Rollo, stick with me here. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by traveling through those metallic wormholes back there. The final objective: kill us all and shift into Beacon Pine citizens of their choosing. You never really had me, but you very much lost me there. You get used to it. We should keep moving.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild.
Okay.
Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Juniper, I don't know what you think you are doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you are doomed this whole town. Or it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you have done. You and your conspirators. Gran, what's happening? Look at you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Back held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over the torch. You don't understand what you are doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Wo told me everything. He trusted you and you betrayed the trust. Luca, did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Wall was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to affect change. Every convention that your way just happened to line your pockets. No, that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
He began to hum, whip, dum, hum.
And in the stillness, he began to hum.
Hum.
After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody.
Oh no,
It was the
fuck.
only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud.
A to sposnął, nie?
Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note.
To som nečakal.
Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? No fucking way! Ne, to čo si myslím. I'm sorry, my little Bakaru. The only two people call me Ramadan. Your
Luca
mother?
blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face.
Nie. Tá zelená sračka spôsobuje zrýchlenie času, proste, že ľudia stárnu. Nerob.
He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed.
Mom? That's right, Bukaru. Mom?
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor, I thought you were gone. You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How? You are smiling, Joseph. I thought you would have pieced it together by now. You were exposed. Oh, I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? It tore me up, Luca, but I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help us both move on. But the more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until perennial harvest was stopped, it was better if everyone thought I was gone. You could have trusted me. These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want. And they don't care who gets hurt in the process. Then what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big. I try beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now there's a better way to stop perennial harvest. The cold hard
Luca
truth.
gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We have got a party to crash. Oh shit, Brashko, shit. You don't understand, he always wins.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago. Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus liquamen.
Liquamen?
There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
Oh shit. And that is what change is all about. Yeah, I'm in the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I'm tickled pink that we will all be making the choice together. Takže ona bola ten výbuch, čo ich všetkých pohltil. Čiže my sme teraz vlastne zachránili ten ďalší ľadový výbuch. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me? I will not. This town has a dangerous secret and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense, dear.
Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the fall harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. We just had to live down for a few days. But while they had us evacuated... Mrs. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to... You are afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You sniveling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please. Don't you all see this festival is a sham? All excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked. Don't listen to her, she has absolute no proof. I'm the proof. I'm Eleanor Van Horn.
Filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky as the Dickens? We all knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true. And now this whole town is paying the price. Tadlo, możesz? No piče. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable so that she can get the help she needs. She's not the one who is disturbed. You two-timing clown. You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is... That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Yes, sir. Take them away. No, I want them to see this. Oh, the ever tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn. You have been quite the thorn in my side. Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. Mohol aj omladieť, nie iba zostarnúť? I must confess you look
He
bit dreadful.
paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disturb our little party, but alas, I expect something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter of failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr? Yes, sir. It's a shame it was cut short, but I thank you for that rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir, of course, sir. You have done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed
Kerr
upon.
gave a bow of deference.
Founder, you are almost gracious. Only the founder, okay.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on
Solomon
out.
pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper
His
Valentine.
body and face face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
What? No. Oh, so you didn't see that coming. Good.
Sherbert examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. And then I was right about one thing. The festival was in Rus. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be dear and reveal the sign. Ah, wonderful.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard. I'm glad you're back so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with this again. So this is not the time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. Kerr.
William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward. Coward. Sorry, you coward. Does anyone else have something to contribute?
Helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. You're clearly lost without me. And that leads nicely to my children. Daddy? I give you both the greatest gift parents can give. The opportunity to prove yourself in my absence. Squandered. To say I'm disappointed would be an understatement. But silence, Augustus, and adult is speaking. I don't know which is worse, a son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such a potential inevitably lets me down. Heirs, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Father, I have been wasting my time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever? But what about... It's alright, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's such no helping it. Now, then where is Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to sleep off, did you? And there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. No, this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you're sad enough. No one of the people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter, cheer up. You're about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in so rare state than any one of you. An aging actor desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part and soon he will be able to play the leading man again. However, in fact, if he remains loyal, that goes for all of you. Third law. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine again, and I'm willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Carey was never in charge of perennial harvest? Czekaj. Albo moje hardlo trpi. Ah, you think that puffed up blacker sky... Čo? Blacker sky could have accomplished all of this? Down, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I need it a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrate my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow, you earned
Mr.
it.
Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Okay. Patrick C. Montesquieu. Thespian Extraordinary... Oh, to je ten, kto napísal tú knihu. Founder, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. I truly was the role of a lifetime. Wait. Is this Bill Kerr was a patsy the whole time? Now that your secret is out in the open, what's to stop this town from rising up against you? Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most. And I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Ah, the young hero. I kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity if things would have gone a bit differently. You might have had your moment of triumph, but it's a fate for you. You can't do this. Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time. And now time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I ever bought. But well worth it.
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we? Oh shit, čo sa stane?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business.
Okay.
Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous. A secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. The end.
Sme zase prejebali.
This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right? We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
OK, môžem plakať. Pomôže mi to nejak? Tam je ten Malis. Možno touto branchou by som sa mal asi vydať, nie? Ale poviem toto ešte.
And in the stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow.
OK.
Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
Čiže to teraz odpali. Make your sense, Luca, then everything go back to normal, I promise.
She stiffened up and
Čiže to vlastne
brandished the
zničí.
torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we will see where their loyalty falls. Jipper, don't.
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness.
Ja, to je to, čo odpalí tú zimu, ako keby.
She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole. punctuated with a thunderous thud.
Mr. Joseph, I learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing to...
Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence.
Yep. Kažu zabila.
Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror, there was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well, that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
Okay. Looking behind those eyes. Nepamätám si, čo to
There
bolo.
was a malice lurking behind those eyes. Like a trap ready to spring.
Okay.
Luca felt the weight of Nuncrete's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
I just want this to all be over. Of course, I'm sure it will all work out soon enough. I should get going. I told Roxy I would check for the law at the
Luca
treehouse.
twisted free of Nuncrete's grasp.
Of course. Luca, you know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything at all. Nope. Nope. Kto je tento pes? This decoration a bit humdrum. Now we view the festival. Behold. To say it, it's worse than said. It's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. You know the festival sign waiting to be unveiled. It would be a shame if someone...
She scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Straight into the pesty kokos. Identify yourself, please. Nelly Modeville. I work here. I'm able to locate you on our staff roll. I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Kell said I could come in early tonight to get a few things done. Hold up, please. Clearance authorized. Thank you. Or Harris awaits. Shit. Shit. Nemám tu nejaké nové hento na chytanie? Nemám tu nové.
Luca stuck those things.
Rolo?
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rolo! Rolo, wherever you are, I hope you are
Luca
okay.
felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace.
Okay.
Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Lucas stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket. A keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face.
Moment. Huh?
"A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. "Wait? For what?" Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. "That's up to you." Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real?" Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. "Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me." Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. "And you?" The doppelganger choked back tears. "I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense?" Through his tears, Luca laughed. "I think so." His father pulled him in for an embrace. "Time to go, Buckaroo."
Buckaroo.
Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor.
Are you in
A
there?
commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5. Dangers big and small.
Okay.
Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Stop right there, or I will. Shit, I know it's dark and all, but I figured you would recognize me.
The
Who are
large
you?
figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now, I will clobber you with a baseball bat. Whoa, 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 take it easy. Look, I need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rollo. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rollo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle? Look, I quit messing around. It's me. If it really is you, prove it. Play me chicken coop, Luca.
His jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo. Only bigger, older, changed.
How? What happened to you? When I was running away, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away. What? Where did they take you? Do know they threw a bag over my head. It was cold and smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. They made my hands all big, look.
Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for superpower, but beggars can be choosers. Well, it wasn't just your hands. My feet too. Dang, Pa just made me new shoes. Wait, look, why are you so
Luca moved to the
small?
side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What
His
the?
hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo. Rollo, what did they do to you? They made me drink some sort of green crude? Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It kind of tastes like licorice. I passed out and woke up like this. And then I sorta smashed open my cage and escaped. Whoa, you smashed open a cage? Kinda. At least I think I did. It's all a bit of blur. They had you in a cage. Who are these people? I don't know who did this to you, but we are gonna fix it. Fix it? This is awesome. Well, I'm just glad you are safe now. Look, I don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched, I know where snitch people go. We may finally have a lead on what happened to your family. Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous. Danger, ha!
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take them all on. Hey fellas, what's up?
With a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca.
The cover. Did I come at bedtime? Who the heck are you? This is back. So something totally bizarre just happened and I need help. I didn't know where else to go. So we are just hanging out here with your large adult friend. Oh no, this is my buddy Rollo. This is your missing friend? One and the same. He seems a little old. You know this is a recent development. What the heck does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry, you're the one who just showed up out of nowhere. So we will be asking the questions here. That's fair. How did you find us? Your silly little treehouse? I think you mean your silly little mission control. I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. And I could hear your racket from a mile away. See, Luca, this is why we need to improve security around here. Not now, Rollo. Meg, you said something bizarre happened? Yeah, but...
She shot a nervous glance at Rollo.
Anything you can say around me, you can say around Rollo. It's been a weird day all around, hasn't it? Yep.
Meg's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was to try to salvage my hair. So I dyed it with some stuff from chemistry that my mom gave me. Okay, just need to play it cool. And hope no one noticed. Notice what? Nothing, I was just... Come over here and let me look. Oh honey, what in the world did you do to your hair? I just kind of felt like a change. It's going to take forever to grow out. You were the one who said that change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. Well, I guess I just took your lesson to heart.
Luna tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nelly had to go into work tonight. Her and Mr. Kell decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck. He is, him and his weird code of personality. We are not going to ruin this job for Nelly. It means too much to her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough to her to excel her daughter to this podding town. This place sucks. The people are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. Here in the mountains, we will get used to it. I can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know I grew up in town, not that different from this one. Is that why you are better at talking to plants than people? Okay. So here's what we are gonna do. First of all, you are grounded. What? In the morning, I will have Nelly come and see what you can do with fixing your hair. You need to look presentable for the festival, but not in the
She
peep.
sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey, but that doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Oh, and if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more,
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
I will just shave it off for you. I think of how rebellious you will look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, mom. Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded? No. I'm sorry, you got into trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it, actually kinda like this look. Great, can we get back to the story now? This next part is the important bit. I have this radio I upgraded with my mom and I was too angry to sleep. So I tried to dial something worth listening to. Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr? Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologize, I have the founder on the line. Page him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's nice to hear from you. Let's give the pleasantries. What's your report of on our new lead researcher of deep engineering? Nelly Modville seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. She offered to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it. Excellent. And you have faith that she is capable of finishing the work left by her predecessors. Her work must be complete before the festival. I will make sure she stays day and night until she's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends? Yes, sir. Once she has finished the work, we need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir. Usually have more time to fully bring people into the fold. We are in the endgame, Bill. Are your failures with Dr. Prescott? I can afford to take any risk. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once she finishes the work, she will either leave the office completely committed to perennial harvest, or she won't leave at all. Perfect. Sir, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay just for a bit. Or we seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline, and rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand that I just want what's best for you. I'm eternally grateful for all that you've done for me. Bill, I will make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. China, Bill, you're only a few days away from having everything you ever dream of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Whoa. Yeah. Just so we are clear, when they said loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like actually... Yeah? Like actually killing someone, capital murder.
Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
What is this found there? I was hoping you guys would know. Now, as far as we know, Kerry is the top banana at perennial harvest. He's not that scared of this founder guy, so we have an even topper banana on the field. What the hell is my mom caught up in? Has she told you about the job much? Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue the work of someone she respected. Luca, do you think that Buddy at the warehouse was the person Beck's mom came to replace? That would make sense. Beck, it really seems like Nelly's predecessor. Got loosened. I'm getting that impression. Also, we need to get your mom out of this before the festival happens. That's 2 days away. Won't she just came home after work? The clips on the radio said that we're going to hold her there until then. So if she's not coming out, we gotta go in and get her.
Flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Mal to byť krátky, inak? How long to beat? Beacon... Do piče. Mám kapslok zapnutý. No, už by som to mal mať dohrané, what the fuck? Dajte mi sekundu. Že skončil to chapter. Okay. Now back flick a large sheet of paper. Ja to čítal. Maybe this will help. You have blueprints? Well, it's really just a welcome map for my mom's PH orientation day, but it shows the layout. She looks like blueprints to me. Looks he's the reception area. There's a big room marked Founder's Office. It even has the exits marked. Guys. We have a deadline, we have an objective, we have blueprints. You realize what it is, right?
Rolo started to wiggle with excitement.
I think we are heisting. This is officially a heist.
Chapter 6. The Heist.
Okay.
They spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rolo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in one day, and they each had their assignments.
Okay. Alright, quick recap. Rolo, you are gonna talk to Roxy cordially. Without her and Fitz, this whole thing could go bust. Me, Cordial is my middle name. And how do you plan to explain your
He waved
new
vaguely at Rolo's sizable figure.
circumstance? But she will be so happy I'm alive, she won't even
Beck
notice.
snorted an involuntary giggle.
And Beck, you are sure Ilona won't just shoot this whole thing down when she hears it? She will listen once she understands the danger Nelly is in, the danger we are all in. The part will make sense. Okay. That leaves me with Goff, then Iggy. How are you gonna pursue them? I will think of something.
They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Well, Godspeed. Okay. Takže hľadáme toho leňochoda, alebo čo to bolo, a toho zmrda. To by mohli byť. Ja mám pocit, či niekoho tu není. Á, tu je. Hey Goff. What can I do for you? Well, I know how much you hate Perennial Harvest. Hate's a strong word. Oh, sorry, I mean, I didn't say it was the wrong word. Gotcha. So we are gonna break in the headquarters, and I told you might be able to help.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
Yes, I knew you kids were alright. Great, so you will
Joy
help.
in Jeff's face trained instantly.
Not a chance. But give me one good reason I should risk my aiding and abetting your
Looking into
rascals.
the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Junk. Yeah, what of it? So I got more junk than the king of the copper. Interesting.
Luca wasn't ready to give up, so he shouted out again.
Shit. Yeah, it's all shit. Is that helping?
Jeff's
Hide.
brow perked up.
What'd you say? Go ahead and hide
Sensing
then.
some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Let a bunch of kids do what needs to be done. We are not
Jeff's
afraid.
scowl faded with a sigh.
Say what you will about all give, and they all do. But you'll never hear them say hate from
One
nothing.
good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
What was it you kids needed? Some sort of disguise? I got just the thing. And while we are at it, that crate should come in handy. This ain't gonna be free, I know. I'm thinking 5 bags of silver gobs should cover it. But you know my
Luca
tap?
offered out his open hand to seal the deal, With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Done. Saying my first thing in the morning. Okay. Drzwi mogli być te dwa, ja. Tu są. Hey, Tish, look who it is. Look, are you here to try tickle us to death again? Look, just hear me out.
He raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
You listening? Again, know we both been giants bags of shits to each other.
Gave a reluctant shrug.
Yeah, not wrong. But lately life has been kinda strange, you know.
Considered the point.
Please have maybe we're around here. So I'm offering it truth and asking for your help. Would you say we pull our hostiles at least for now? Pull. We don't pull away from nothing. Buzz off. Jesus.
He tried again.
Mm,
Iggy
okay.
gave up. Iggy considered the
Break our hostilities, at least for now. We do like breaking things. When we get truce means less breaking things. What if I told you there was a way to have a truce and break stuff? Go on. I need you to cause a distraction so I can sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ.
A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My Luca Van Horn, I'm impressed. And after this all done, maybe you and Tish can come hang out at the treehouse
He
sometime.
glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. But not because we wanna see your crappy treehouse. We just like to cause
With
chaos.
a quick nod, Luca was off.
Okej, mam ich obydwoch. Ja troch. Idzie do
Iggy
Tish.
gazed up at Tish with a smile.
Invited us to hang out at
A
the
single
treehouse.
tear ran down Tish's cheek.
I expected this day to come. How wonderful.
Chapter 7.
To just make cooking.
Into the Hive. A good heist requires preparation, and thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We're locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence.
True.
Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms.
Just stay calm, roll. You can do this. Got your delivery here. Delivery? Am I done anything in my notes about delivery? One moment. I'm sorry, but there is no delivery schedule for this morning.
He had to do
Right.
it quick.
It's because this goes directly to the founder. He asked that it be kept
Rollo
secret.
sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be. I suppose we can leave this one of the records. Our harvest awaits and
With a
such.
stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Our harvest awaits. Okay, for the founder. What do you hear anything about? It doesn't need to know kind of thing. Oh, I'll
He
just check.
stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
This goes directly to the founder. I don't have time to fill you in. Oh, I see if you could just complete this
Rollo
form.
interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Every time with the forms. Look, if you want to explain to founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral. I'm sorry, what did you say your name was again?
Rollo panicked.
Or harvest awaits, sir. There's the rest of the area. Excuse me, sir. Or harvest awaits. Ready to light this candle, Tish? Yup. Second, this perennial ham fist. What was that?
Distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
There's a damn door I got a job to do.
Clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
I should check on that noise. Come on, just buzz me already. Okay. Phew, this was so close. Or harvest awaits? Yeah, I figure when it dub sticks with the classics. Well, this was a close one, but you pulled it off. Nice work, Rollo. Alright, everyone knows what to do. Yep, the engineering is to the north. I'll go in case she needs some muscle. I will head east to the founder's office. You two be safe. Look at the founder's office. That's odd. There's not even any caps on the vote. Oh, okay. Oh dear God.
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
Luca, what are you doing here? It's a long story. Are you okay?
A look of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I'm most certainly not okay. Some stage people grabbed me and were they hazmat suits? Yes, how did you know? They brought me here and locked me up, and when they were distracted, I ran. Then look, you should stick with me. I got a plan.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
We? Hero and Becky are heading to deep engineering. Thank heavens you found me. They got to get out of here. We can't leave just yet, but we'll catch us again. Gotta do something first. When you were running, did you happen to see a door marked Founder? Founder, why are you looking for him? I know I just need to get into that office. Now when you mention it, I do think I saw that door that said Founder. Which is down this way.
I happened to notice a plaque above the door.
Office of the Founder. Looking comes with consequences. Oh, here it is. Oh, it is. I'm pretty lucky that I ran into you, or else I might have missed it. You're really fortunate.
Tried the handle.
Locked.
Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettable, it seems to be some sort of electric lock. I don't see how we could possibly defeat a lock like that.
Smiled and looked at his watch.
Oh, just wait a minute. I don't know what sort of funny business you are up to, but I like it.
She a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Howdy. Good afternoon.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
How did you do that? It's good to have friends. Quick, let's get inside before someone spots us.
Lucas switched on his walkie-talkie.
Roll, I mean, as expected, jest control panel. Ježiš, jak je tam ten obraz toho Augustusa, Hernes a toho Sharpera. A na toho Augustusa sú proste tie šípky. Get timing, we are stuck at the locked door marked 24601. Need you to get us through. We should get out of here. I'm not leaving my friend Shalamon.
On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Sure you don't have any way to get around the password?
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
How did you just guess that? Oh, this is absurd password Rollo heard when he was down here before. It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the founder uses such a basic password. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. Oh, these villains types always end up outsmarting themselves.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile.
Your powers of deduction are impressive as your
Luca
luck.
quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Well, I think they should do it. Bingo, bingo, doors open. Luca, you never fails to impress. What is that slippery load even doing down here? We have a friend whose mom is in trouble. We are here to get her out. I see. Oh, Luca, I think we are close. The next door marked 13806.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Maybe this one opens the lock? Okay, we are good company. Luca must go faster. Once again, I think with all this
He
noise.
skimmed the screen with his finger.
Here it is. Go, go, go. Cause this fumbling hands. My apologies, Luca. Don't beat yourself up. I know you were just trying to help. Oh man, water caps. Rollo. Are you okay? Roll, come in.
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off the alarms, they are
With
trapped.
self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
That, my dears, is the end. Dead end, nowhere to run. Bro, where are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I think we lost them. Making our way back to Nelly's office. Are you two Raboroses? Are you coming with us? Nope. Make break for it. Did that little shit just kick me? Don't just stand there after them. I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz have them on a wild goose chase. Having trouble following what just happened. I guess it's good to have friends. Rolo, how long do you think Roxy can distract them? How long can Roxy keep someone so pissed off they can't see straight? Did you say we a good time? Entering Nelly's office now. Mom. Oh honey, what did you do to your hair? I thought you would be happy. I finally used to yank him his lab kit. You sure had neck for making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. We need to get you out of here. We, who is your adult friend? I'm not an adult. Ever heard of grout spurt? I had more of grout spew. No, that's not
Nelly
possible.
leaned over to examine his teeth.
So social bending on the element of the molars, consider the temples, exposure. Is that what you call the gang they forced me to drink? You drank it? Oh no, they told me it was only being tested on plants. Oh, back, sweetie, I promise I didn't know. Mom, what the hell is going on at this place? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemical compound was discovered on the Beacon Pines. It's a wellspring they call the source. They name it Tempus Lycomin. It pulls energy from its surroundings in order to fundamentally alter matter's relation to time. It was the secret to Valentine's fertilizer. They harvest the source, infusing small amounts of Tempus Lycomin in the product. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plants' growth. Crops would be ready to harvest in a fraction of the time, but it led to complications. The fall harvest. Perennial harvest came into the clean up the mess to succeed where Valentine's failed. But Tempus Lycomin is rebellious. You can think of it as a manifestation of change itself. It's volatile by its very nature. So the more you try to force it to do a specific thing, the more it resists. Yes, I can relate to that. My role was to finish the work of my president, Dr. Prescott, harnessing Tempus Lycomin to reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kell was very insistent that we achieve a successful result before today's festival. But you didn't, right?
Sighed.
You know how much I love a good puzzle. I poured myself into the problem. It wasn't long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes. Oddities. They contained obvious errors, mistakes that someone of his reputation would never make. So I fixed them and now I got to replace my entire wardrobe. I really am truly sorry. Man, those clothes were all hand-me-downs anyway. It sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out, got cold feet and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I had considered that possibility. I sent a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mom, Dr. Prescott is dead. Cat had him killed. What? I overheard them talking about it on the radio. That's why we gotta get you out of here. I just... like now? Wait, do we all? I finally saw the chemical equation allowing direct control of aging. Dr. Care picked it up just before you came. Oh, the more reason we gotta hightail it. Look how you got Dr. Madwell heading to your way. Roger that, be careful. Alright, everything's on track. And what is your plan for escape? We'll go over everything when they get here. In the meantime, maybe we can dig up some more info. Malice proof whiskey. Harding for Herman. Whoa, even his alcohol is elegant.
Muttered inaudibly.
I should just smother you right now. What's that? I said I shouldn't bother you right now. Don't be silly, you're not bother at all. Let's see what else that bad boy has on it. Security system. Time cards logs. Payroll. You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is boring.
Solomon once again muttered under his breath.
Just you wait. Huh? Oh, nothing.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
Now this must be good stuff. They're locked. Perhaps he's not as careless as you suspected. Kámo, a kľúč bude ty kokos v šuflíku. It's like the founder was helping Care plan the festival. Why would such a secretive leader be obsessed with the party? Only time will
Luca
tell.
held his hand up to the ashtray.
Still warm. He must have been in here recently. I'm really sorry you got dragged into this mess, Shalamon. You needn't worry about me. Will I feel bad either way? Počkať.
With a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Look it. Looked. It was close. When we left Nelly's office, it was swarming with clipboards. You barely got away. Did they follow you? Hello? Before we start tossing blame around, it's possibly someone ordered a pizza. We would love to hear your thoughts. Not pizza. What now? Don't look at me, I'm officially retiring from the heisting business. We're also sorry for the inconvenience. We just have a few quick questions. Just let me think. Can someone watch the door? Of course. Everyone else hand up. Oops. I think this little caper has gone on long enough. Shalom nie. Až now, child, the adults are speaking. Dr. Medwell, a brief reintroduction is in order. We have never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Shalamon, the pathetic orphan child. The powerful and enigmatic founder. Sharper, the fallen progenitor, who created this town. Perennial harvest, long-time fertilizer, all connected by a single thread, yours truly.
Her
But
eyes
it's...
searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Ah yes, now you got it. Then post-Lycroman, you discovered how to reverse the process.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Dr. Moldville, very good. I thought the discovery wasn't intentional.
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
Ale keď sa pred 6 rokmi stala nehoda, ktorá ho omladila, pred 6 rokmi zomrel jeho otec toho Luka, znamená to, že aj on proste omladol iba? A niekde tam je? And the effects went a little too far for my tastes. That's why you needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work, which you did admirably. Mr. Carrot of the vial, please.
Presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
I present you the 8th wonder of
Before
the...
he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Well, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. Be careful, you fool. You have no idea what you have in your hands. Actually, we do. You just did the whole evil villain monologue thingy about
Rollo
it.
casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Because maybe I will have a
Tickled the
taste.
vial mockingly.
Seize him. Move another inch and I smash
She
it.
held it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
You have no plan. I will smash it, I swear. Fine, it is killing us all. Or if you're lucky, nothing happens, then what? We capture you and grant you much less
Pursed his
leniency.
lips with feigned sincerity.
But I give you my word, if you hand it over now, none of you will be harmed.
Deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
You are smart, girl, Beck. But there is no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there is only one way this
She
ends.
looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
Shalamu. That's a good girl. Beck, don't do it. We can't trust that jerk. I'm sorry, he's right.
Apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Ezekiel, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance review.
Blood drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first you have a speech to make. Throughout this, give me the introduction I deserve. And don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. And to think of... I think all of this is thanks to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand how is this all because of me. I said Mr. Van Horn, silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father was always a thorn in my side. I offered him an opportunity to be part of something great, but the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my
Solomon
work.
shook his head with gratification.
But the universe has a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with the force, he didn't understand what showed me its true potential. As fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was so grand, me eternal life.
Muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, that's my cue. After the festivities and my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three keep pause outside the door. Well, crap. I can't believe Beck sold us out like that. I'm not sure she had any other choice. So now what's the plan? I don't have one. Of course you do, you always have a plan. Rollo. You just need some time. Roll, it's over. We lost.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca, give me a minute to calm my mind. Hey, I'm sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do. I know, we were so close. I got the feeling that eventually Shalamon will get what's coming to him. Time once all heals. Well, time seems like less of an issue for him now. Look, there's something you should know. After Miss Carol logged me in the office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. I put around a bit, hoping to find a means of escape, but I found something else. A note hidden in the false drawer. What sort of note? Dr. Prescott must have sensed his time at Perennial Harvest was growing short, so he left behind the letter with the hope it would be found by his successor. It was a confession of sorts. He left it for me, but its contents... Look, I think they were meant for you. Why? What did it say? It was about an incident with your mother. The Prescott found her in his lab with a stolen keycard. There was an accident. She had been exposed to extreme amounts of tempus liquamin.
Color dropped from Luca's face.
She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. Her no longer trusted Perennial Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts a secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often at the vanguard of change, but it doesn't mean it's always right. He realized that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I now believe that's why he began to intentionally sabotage his own work. And it cost him his life. Moment. This is my conclusion.
I was overwhelmed with emotion.
But if she's alive, where has she been? Wow. Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull.
Oh shit.
Chapter 8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Okay. Gran, what are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? We are here to save Nelly. We are here to save Rollo. Hey, Mrs. Lucas Gran. That's awful nice of you. But I'm fine. Oh no, what did they... Gran, there's no time to explain. We have to go now. Come on, everyone. We have got the party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
Thankfully we have dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
We gotta stop
In
him.
one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
No. Well, I guess that's it. We lost. I shouldn't be so sure about it. Nie.
With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
No fucking way, to niečo tam upravila. Maybe I tweaked his wonder potion with a little of junk.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk.
Can't wait to see the look his face when he realized he drank his own cigarette. How did ashes get into the vial? It was pretty easy to mess with the vial when it was behind my back. Oh, that's sneaky. Well, it's a bad habit anyways. Paul always says bad habits are like 50 yards field goals. Huh? Hard to kick? You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Oh! On zomrel. My sme ho zabili. Well, that's one way to kick a bad habit.
As the last of what was once Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed. Sharper Valentine was gone for good. His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines, a new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end. Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying. If that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way.
Okay. Jeszcze niečo? Okay, czy my ešte môžeme? Change.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Little pocket change. Your unlucky penny. Yeah, I plopped it in vial when no one was looking. What's that going to do? No idea. It's the beauty of science. Now we observe. You can call me Sharper
His
Valentine.
body and face began to contort and
O, to sme mali. Ono to urobilo opačne, že myslel, aby zostalo tak z hento. Odmadilo. Yeah, but he's still sharper, right? But he was no longer matters. He's an innocent child. Prepared for all the harm my father has caused you.
Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
Augustus, what do we do what Valentines always do? What must be done? I will hurry home and prepare a crib for father, young Sharper. It would be a great help, thank
She
you.
looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone, the show is over. You may leave now.
Epilogue.
To my epilogue, okay.
Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley.
The shadow valley of the...
It crept over the town square, across the river, past the
Oh, the shadow
neglected
valley
welcome
is
sign, his
shallow.
mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Okay. Môžeme ešte čo robiť?
Over time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet and into storage. Eleanor had moved back into her bedroom, and now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
Okay. Check in with roll in the treehouse. Zasadí nejaké stromčeky. Veľa stromčekov zasadí, what the fuck? Slow and dirty harvest. You better not delete... počkej, ja som mal ísť hore. Počkej. Okay. Little higher. Yup. Little lower. Yup. Little higher. I'm telling you, the angle isn't the issue. We need more power to the radio. Look at there you are. Would you tell him it's not the angle? Hey, I'm not in charge of antenna redesign. Fine, Nikki, just don't do anything drastically until we get back. Who, me? Tish, you are in charge while I'm gone. Yep. It'll be fine, right? It will be fine. If we leave on mission control turn into something bigger and better, we have to loosen our grip a bit. Saya, you're right. Lead away. Sme za back. Že nemám tu náhodou niečo, čo by som mohol. Lebo podľa mňa nedal mi to achievement za všetky ryby. Není tu stále nič. Okay. Není tu to. Lebo chcel by som akože si ten achievement dorobiť. To je to? Nie, pardon. Tam je stále tu diecko, joj. What the fuck is, čo sú zajačiky tu? Asi sa budem radšej pýtať. Hey girl, hello. Are you news? I think you will enjoy. This morning I unpacked my last box. You officially move in? It's just a box. Let's not blow this out of proportion. It sounded awful, looked like putting down roots. I guess I decided this place is root-worthy. You're gonna be stuck with me for the foreseeable future. I do have to warn you, most years aren't going to be as interesting as this one. I feel I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a bit of surprise. My mom's prepared this tree especially for you. They didn't have to do that. It wasn't just them. It's about the whole town pitched it. We all owe you. It should do in the code of old beacon pines. Nie. And Travis things on a map. That's perfect. No fucking way. To je ten strom, ktorý bol odrezaný kvôli tomu. Z originálneho hrobu jeho otca. Nie. Oh, you got it? No, that's a good looking tree. Being a special occasion and whatnot. This rides on the house. You're gonna wanna hang on tight to the little tree. Nie, on fakt je zase kokos. Oh.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for. Honestly, I'd begun to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
Done. A good little tree. The best little tree. Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks for everything. Shazam only did what any super awesome best buddy would have done. We should probably give you some time alone now. You good? Yeah, I am. It's been a wild year. How are you feeling? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine, really. Pa always says the only thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. I feel like a dang cello. Well, if you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you. I know, you don't even have to say it. You two make an awesome pair. Excuse me? You're a trio now? Yep. Thanks. There's just one thing missing now that you are part of our group. Missing? Let me tell you a little story about a man named Hank Atomic. Oh god. I won't be long. We'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. I found the perfect way to start our summer. You got some good friends. I'm so proud of you. Your father would be so proud. I know. Can I ask you a question? Do you ever dream about that? No, a night goes by that I don't. Are you even ever afraid that you are going to forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice? No, because so much of him lives on in you. He loved he loved it all three, but I know he would have loved this one more. Because his two favorite people planted it. I'll give you 2 moments. Hey Dad. Dr. Mudville says that over the next few years this place should warm up, so you won't have to be so cold so much longer. I think I finally understand why you left that night. There are things you believe in. Big things. Those beliefs that are the things that made you, you. If you wouldn't have stood up to sharper, stood up for what you believe in, you wouldn't have been the same person anymore. You had to go, but that didn't mean you loved us any less. I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you understand. Ahoj, Moni. Wow. Wow. Teraz som prečítal tú správu, čo mi mal som už odkázať. Ďakujem, Moni. To povedal, že si to som ešte hovoril v prvom parte, nie? Ajaj. A to nie je, že odkaz Martinovi, ale odkaz Draxovi, hej? Monči musí sa naučiť, že som Drax, hej? Môžem to nejak skipnúť, lebo mňa by celkom zaujímalo ešte zvyšné, lebo tam bola ešte jedna možnosť, čo sa stane Šalamunovi, keď mu dáme ten potion, ale mixnutý z Menes. Tam bol mixnutý, teraz bol vlastne tento najlepší koniec, bol mixnutý s Changeom, ale ešte tam bol jedna možnosť, a to by ma zaujímalo, ale neviem, či sa to dá skipnúť nejak. To tak úplne nevypadá, že by sa to dalo skipnúť. Takže musíme počkať, kým to prejde. Nolan Argan, Nolan Dracula. Máme k nemu môj Instagram, milé. Bakers. No time to lose, 20%. Ale krásne to je. Krásne to je. Vôbec som nechcel plakať na konci. A nervím nočné hejmony, ja robím 24. To je rozdiel. A tam spím počas 24. Takže tak. Takže tak. No, chcel by som akože... Dúfam, že to fakt nebude dlho trvať. Sme na Ečku. Koľko to ešte môže byť? Keď sme na Ečku, tak je z F-ko. F, G, H... I, kolomeno, opakver sa to? Opakver? Že, kver sa to... Uvedol to XYZ. Fakt som aj mi vadla abeceda, ako som to rýchlo povedal. To sú akože testery? Ale ja som sa vôbec neprečal, že to je asi že testery alebo také niečo. Alebo nie, toto nebudú testy, toto budú... Ja som to úplne odignoroval, čiže to typnem, ale podľa mňa sú to tí, ktorí dali na Kickstartery. Prispeli. Kidder Fox CZ. Češko tam je. To budú tí z Kickstarteru. Bože, ja sa nové červenám. Naka. Tak už niekto tam ešte Naka. Možno vykopli niekomu dvere pri tom NPCčko. Že keď zaujímavé mena. Pizza Paul. OK, Bráško. Rašava Squig Quip. Dobre. Čo sa myslím, Sergio Morphin Time. Kámo je dobrý feťak. Skillface, šefa, Sophie. A sme na tečku. A môžeme skúsiť tú ďalšiu možnosť. Tú poslednú. Tam tuším už nič nebolo, ale by ma zaujímalo, či mám uloviť tú poslednú rybu, lebo tam nedostal som achievement za všetky ryby. A ja neviem prečo. Dokonca aj nejaký jazyk tam je. Ten japonec. Na konci. Akože možno to tam dal normálny človek, len proste japonské meno, lebo je jebnutý, ale chápeš. I think spot games. Môžem dúfam, že pokračovať v tom ešte, nie? Jo, dobre, môžem. Lebo tu mám všetky, nie? Spodok. Tu máme ešte túto poslednú. To je Malice.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice.
Malice. Malice? This whiskey from this office? Yep, dude has unfinished glass of his on his desk. I figured this grow juice could use a little hair of the dog. You can call me Sharp Valentine. Áno, to sme mali. Zvedavý, čo je toto posledné. OK, čiže dve v podstate boli smrti vyslovene. Out with a bang. A to som za to achievement. Nice.
The crowd gazed in stunned silence at the now empty stage. The quiet was broken when William Kerr sprinted off stage and into the distance. He was never seen around Beacon Pines or anywhere else for that matter again. Watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh. First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter. Through his tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him. The end.
Aj také to je.
That was unexpected. Perhaps a bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say? I'm only writing the damn thing.
Dobre, takže už máme. Dobre. Takže už máme všetko. Ešte by som mohol... Fú, a kde by to mohlo byť? Potreboval by som niekde, kde by som mohol ísť. Lebo ešte sme nedokončili napríklad tú... nedokončili sme tú minihru s tou... s tou reštauráciou, ale neviem, ktoré by to mohlo byť. Dám som toto napríklad.
This is a story
Ja si neviem,
about
kde by sme to mohli
change.
zobrať.
It was far from but the
Skúsim to... Ja to...
I probably should
Okay.
have. There are many paths. The most
To bol
one.
ten, ktorý
You will
neprišli
from
sme.
here on out. Now, let's.
Alebo môžeme ísť od začiatku, keď si dám fakt, že začiatok? Podľa to nebude fungovať, že?
We were just gonna go ponder for the day.
To je otázka, že či budem môcť ísť alebo nie, lebo ja si nepamätám, kedy som mohol ísť do tej reštiky. Lebo som určite mal pozbierať ešte nejaké veci. A to som ich pozbieral, ale neviem, že kde ich nájdem. Počkej, musím to poskypovať. Necháme bežať. Dobre. Problém je, že určite bude chcieť, aby som išiel za ním. Čiže nebudem môcť ísť tam, kde chcem ísť ja, že? Ja keď nemôžem ísť...
Chapter welcome. For many, it wasn't until over the next until in the sixth.
Toto tam bude podľa mňa strašne dlhé na tomto. Kde by sme mohli ísť? Chill, chill. Možno potom to už až, keď sme boli tu? To skipneme aspoň to kecanie s ním.
He found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
Musíme to skipnúť. Dobre. Teraz sa v podstate zbavíme, ale môžem ísť hen tam, či? Dúfam, že ma to tam pustí. Dobre. A je to zatvorené. Kedy to bolo? Počkaj, ja sa musím normálne vygoogliť, že... Beacon Pines Chapter Diner. Cooking minigame. Tam potrebujem počkať, to je chapter 3, ktorého ale? Aby som vedel, že keď sa mám dostať. Pretože to bolo, keď sme odovzdávali, ježiš, ja už viem, my sme odovzdávali vtedy tú blbosť. When you have collected charms needed to fulfill character's order and the mobile will appeal the heads. Ktoré to bolo? Máme to tam nájsť. Že je to dokonca v epilógu možné. Počkej, čo? Dokonca v epilógu to je? No ale nemôžem ísť do epilógu, nie? Samom tak od seba. Je to chapter 3. Everything fine in the epilogue. Everything fine. Tak to má zastrel, lebo ja neviem, že hento. A sme mohli v epilógu ísť tu, nemyslím si, nie? Počkaj, to som bol na zlom. Pardon, to som bol na zlom. To som nechcel. Takže epilóg bol... Takže ktorý to bolo? To bolo toto. Dobre, dáme tam tú správnu. To bol change. Dúfam, že to bude dať skip. No to tam bude epilóg, no. Počas epilógu sa tam už vraj vieme dostať, takže skúsme ísť tam. Dobre. Toto rýchlo popreskakujeme. A keď animácie nevieme skipnúť, bohužiaľ, ale vieme aspoň to kecanie. Dobre, teraz bude epilóg. Yes.
And it his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Dobre. Oblica, prosím ťa, to už dávam ako prvé. Takže teraz ideme do tej reštiky. Dúfam, že ma to pustí, lebo tam mám, že čeknúť rola, ale tak to je také, že... Dobre, to nechcel pustiť, nie, to musím podľa mňa najprv čeknúť s ním, až potom. Dobre. Takže tu normálne animácia ma bude brzdiť. Dobre. Jo, teraz, ale dúfam, že môžem ísť rovno. Yes, môžem, dobre.
Mrs. Fratelli.
Blah, 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 excuse me, use this kind, blah, 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 this is some margaritas.
Mrs. Fratelli sighed.
This one is lunch, crash, a feather in the wind, you're going on vacation. For the first time in years, I got you and your mom to thank. Why is that? She didn't tell you yet. You two are gonna fill in for me and the dinner while I'm gone. Just like the old times. Super, ty kokos.
Luca squinted at memories of that.
A teraz sa môžem vrátiť. Yes. Hey, Mr. H. Hutch, what can I get you? Oh, I'm not terribly hungry. Something snack size, if you could. Snack size. To som ja, nie? Aha. Čiže malinké snack size. Toto vypadá jak snack size. I call it do novela. Lovely. Dobre. Uzatvoril mi sa to liv. Achoo. Sorry, these allergies have been killing me. Haven't been able to smell a thing all day. Almost sold Mrs. Hunch a gallon of spoiled milk this morning. Got anything to help clear out these darn sinuses? Whatever it takes, I just want to be able to smell again. To neviem, čo by to mohlo byť. Ryba? No, typujem, že toto hnusné, nie? Achoo, not right. I need something a little spicier, I'm afraid. It's spicy. Tá ryba bola správna, ale chce spicy toto. We call this one a code for the common cold. Oh my, it's spicy and stinky. I'm sorry, I'll try again. No, you don't. Do you see what this means? I can smell again. Looks like your father isn't the only doctor in the family. Easy. This just in. Last chance dinner overrun by gremlins. I'm not gremlin, I'm
Mr.
Luca.
Wilder adjusted his monocle jokingly.
I stand corrected. In that case, would you believe I have craving for a burger? You come to the right place. Indeed, I will have a nice juicy burger topped with onion. Čiže klasický burger, hej? No musí byť juicy. No vypadá juicy. S cibulkou. A cibulka je dobrá, cibulka je dobrá. Here you go, I call it the Wilder. You know I love a good beeline. Many thanks. Okay. Listen well, child, I'm only going to say this once. I got a well done burger. Got it. When I say well done, I mean it. Well done, no problem. I fear you aren't grasping my request. I want the burger charred beyond recognition. I want it bitter and black. One burn burger coming up. And top it with the most expensive thing you have. Vieme nejakú drahú vec. Toto je toto. Jo, kaviár to bude. May I present the row, you're burnt? Row, around the sea. I can hardly believe it. You've done well. Mrs. Fratelli had caviar stashed back there. The woman is full of surprises. Oh, very good. This will suffice. Suffice. Wow. If it isn't little Luca. Hey, Uncle Nankarit. How can you haven't been around the house lately? Well, your dad and I had a little disagreement, is all. How is he doing? Has he mentioned me? Not really, he's been busy lately. Sometimes he doesn't come home from work before bedtime. Is that so? Well, tell him I'm thinking of him. You seem sad. Nonsense. What can I get you for lunch? Well, the matter is I don't have much of appetite right now. But Uncle, you're gonna eat. I will make you something special. That will cheer you up. Nemá apetit, hej? I mean... Toto pre mňa znamená, že niekto nemá apetit, hej? Sorry, Luca. It seems like still can master much of an appetite. Hang on. I'll make something to cheer you up. Čo by tam mohlo byť, ty kokos, keď nemá apetit? Tiež mu mám dať tú malú pičovinu? Toto mám dať? Sorry, Luca. It seems I still can master... Nemôžem zmeniť kokos typka? Čo by to mohlo byť, že nemá apetit? Takže keď niekto nemá apetit, čo ja viem, toto? Musím to čiernuť, ale ja neviem, čo by ho mohlo čiernuť. Môžem dať tiež tento piču zmalý, ale ja neviem, či to bude ono. I call it the cheers looking at you, kid. One burger with a side of good vibes. I'll look at you, sweet boy.
Reached down and patted Luca's shoulder with an enormous hand.
You get a lot of your daddy in you, don't you? I guess so. Run along. I will do my best to clean my plate. Dobre. I have a coupon here for one free burger. What it will be? Well, I have a lot of mouth to feed, so give me the biggest burger you have. They must eat a lot, huh? You have no idea. And throw some lettuce on top. OK, čiže tento chce lettuce. Dobre. Počkať. Porádny burgerisko, poď. I call it. The too much is never enough. True. They should keep them at bay. Thank you. Alright, it looks like we got everything we need. Let's get to feeding these folks. Oh, I already fed everyone. You made all the food yourself. What on earth did you put on those burgers? I just used what was lying around. Oh dear, that can't be good. Once again, Luca, best burger I ever ate. Surprisingly competent. Everyone seems happy. You really are a remarkable boy, aren't you? Nice. Dobre. To je všetko. Ja ďakujem, že ste sledovali gameplay tejto veľmi krásnej hry. Či už vizuálne... Ten koniec bol dobrý, ale inak bol taký trochu zvláštny, nebudeme si klamať v tom príbehu. Ale inak super. Takže vidíme sa na budúce a tak ďalej. Teraz keď dojdem, takže koniec, to som to celé prešiel. Takže áno, môžeš pozrieť záznam, jak Mončiči. Takže si ja. Mončiči, vidíš? Smuž proste chodí neskoro. Strestaj ho za to. Vidíme sa.